we have that tendency to believe that we are not doing enough because of the programming that we have received in the past, of not being enough, of not being perfect, because of so many reasons coming from old programming from thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We also have that tendency of waiting for someone to tell us what to do with the love that we channel. And every time I do a quantum session, the ladies guide or the gentleman guide or the higher self tell us why you don't start believing that you are all creators, and as creators you don't need anyone telling you what to do. So if you are unhappy with the world that you see outside, why you don't start taking your own decision or decisions on how to use that love and what to do with it? So start using your imagination, start taking decisions by yourselves. They don't want us to be depending on them, depending on other light beings, because they consider us to be light beings and creators. So for a while they were there assisting us, and they were providing a lot of information and guiding us in what to do. But at this point, in every session, they tell us the same. They tell us the same. This is the time for you to take your own directions, to take your own decisions, and do and take action in the world. If you are unhappy with certain things in the world, just take action and change them. Send light languages. If you don't want to get involved in an argument or in something related to politics or war or something like that, use your gifts to send love and light to those places where the world needs it. Why that isn't enough? They always tell us, if you do that, if you did that, why that wouldn't be enough? So start creating, start being yourselves, start whatever it feels bad in your heart, change it, do something about it. Send love, like you say before, there was this situation where things fell, and instead of getting upset or telling the children off, I decided to speak light languages, and the whole reality changed. That is an incredible example that we can do with everything else in life, with everything else. Everything that is annoying, everything that is irritating, use the light languages, use your love and project love to these things, because that's the way we are changing realities and realities and realities, without forcing, without having to convince anyone, but just sending love, and they will receive the love and they will understand what they are meant to understand at that moment. So we need to trust and believe more in ourselves, that we are the creators and we are the one who came to the planet to change everything, to change reality. The same way that so many of us during the darkness, they created blockages. Now we are here volunteering to undo those blockages and to send love and light to everything that doesn't work. And there are so many things that don't work in there.
Maskila kupokiana kimakana ya kupokiana. Kimagrama skila kupakiana kina mokiana kiana la skipukiana kaya. Kramakiana kumaya krana skila pokiana ya. Roma skila kuko pakiana kina mokiana kimaya skila pokiana ya ka.
Hanana turuku shan aku naka anata an achana araka nan You can always reply with love and light language. You can always reply to any situation you don't like
Pakana
it
yana.
with it. Amara kushanara. Horonaka tatoko chanaka ata anu.
Ukiamana skila kupokiana makiana kupakiana. Kuna kiana kiskala pukiana krama skila pukiana ya. Kaski mokiano kumakiana laski pukiana kumakiana ya.
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Akskina brumaskela pukiana kia kupakiana kila pukiana kiski krupakana kina pukiana kenaya. Apa makina kupa ski pukiana makina kula kiana pukiana ya mukiana.
They also say you have this tendency to take all the weight in your shoulders of everything that is going on in the world. And they say it's important that you start acknowledging this, because you are many on this planet helping and assisting. So do not take so much weight in your shoulders. Do what you can, one step at a time. Send love one step at a time with things. But don't take the pain from everything. Don't take the pain from everything, because you are just damaging your system and make self-sabotaging your channel. So just do what you can. Do what you can in your rhythm, in your pace. Batikana, tesinika anu tutuma. Inika ana sata.
Ukia mana skula kia brumaskila kupokiana kia ya kumalia kramaskila pukiana ya kupukaya. Uske makruna skila pukiana ya.
Mishkata yoro.
Utanika tuto kishanaka. Tutanaka.
We are here to spread kindness and love, and just to be the light.
That's fantastic already.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
And whatever we can do, whatever we can do is just, and all the energetic upgrades that everybody is experiencing, but the people that are more aware of it is integrating them. So we are doing so much. And that's all we really need to do. We just need to spend kindness and love and just be the light. Like there's so much love and kindness needed in this world, and that's all we need to do.
Kiema kiono skido pukiana. Ukiamani kinia skula pokiano kuma skida pukiana makiana.
Tiema kosha yani tiema kata.
Pukiana miskida kukwa pokiana kumaya karaskida pukiana kumakiana.
Kachuni tateki wa makana sainama. Saiche saik amo saishana. Hana taishana mo hana taana. Sine sana. Hamutana sana. Sana fusana.
Ukiamani skida pukiana ya.
It's enough to just be loved. Is enough. Mana kaamana tustana tanitana kwa aquanaka tasuna tena sika makanto motani
Pakiana.
ana ane eta mukaika tutuk utatek ichana oka
Yeah, I'm a question idea. Makaya no question na pia kupaya rama kawatini.
Kuyamania kuona skila pukiana krima skila pukiana makiana kula makiana iyo kumayaka. Uskama skula kiana kumakiana skapa kiana kumakela kia pukiana kiana.
Ramana tiara shonoto. That remind we're never alone. We're never alone, and we don't need to be afraid of anything. Anything that's going on in the world. It's just
Kioma skila pukiana kiana mokuruma skila pukiana kiana mokoyana ya.
Yamokota Ramashino.
Muskina kuna yakina krama skila pukiana makiana kumaya kanayaka. Uya skina mokiana kumaya nikila krrrr.
They say even if you wanted to be alone, you couldn't be alone. Because you are one and part of everything. So you are never alone. That's only something that triggers the mind. It serves a purpose so that we can have this experience called life, a human experience. But we shouldn't forget that we are never alone. That's true. We cannot be alone. As we are part of everything.
Yeah. But sometimes Kiama kula skila pukiana kia kupa kiana krima skila pukiana kima krama skila pukiana kia kaya pukiana na kirama skila paka apaka yo kuma skila pukiana kima ya upakiana kima kiana kala ya skupa yaka ima kruma skila pukiana kiana ya Oya skila pukiana kina ukupa kala ya krama skila pukiana kila kia uskida krama skila pukiana kina ya
breaking through the mind, breaking through God to God.
Aya como kula skila pukiana kaya. Ya maskila pukiana ki pukiana kia skula pakiana ki makana kia krama skila pukiana ya.
They say in a funny way, they say, we are all the time telling you guys how many more weeks you need, how many more events you need. We are constantly telling you.
A lot. Yeah. Kira paskila pukiana kirma kiana pukiana kramaskit pukiana. I tried to speak English, but I couldn't.
Stop.
No, I baski pukiana kirma kiana pakiana ya.
Especially when the throat chakra opens up widely.
Yeah.
It's practically impossible to speak.
I want to say that I feel a lot of time, I feel lonely, very lonely, but they
They are telling you off in a good way.
Akramaskila pukiana ki pukuya kemoi kela la kuba yaskilko let it go, let you feel lonely. Let it go.
This is an interpretation of reality. one of the 1,000 infinite interpretations that you can make of reality, that you are alone.
Yeah.
Mani akanu te tikantu te. Hatunata tawa chika.
Kramaskila pukia maskila kopakia maya.
Done katuti.
Payaskila kukramaskila pukia na kia makina kabaya ya. Pumakia na skila pukia na kia pukia na. Pukia maskia pa kraskia puya la ski kona kia na makia na ya. Kramaskila pukia na kia na kramakia na ka. Yaka maskila pukiana krimaskila pukiana mayaka.
Machene tako mati takuko.
Oh.
Kanu tachika na tu kochate chata kote.
Kramaskila pukiana kimakiana kita pramaskila pukiana yaka.
You can do everything, they say.
Oh.
You can do everything. Kama tan.
Yeah.
Sani chisakati. There where you put the intention, or there where you focus on. Makantita tantu you create and you manifest a new reality. Anika sato chi tikiti takuku.
Kiamaskila pukiana kamaskila pukiana ya.
Nicha tanuko tataka. Hutka. They say observe children, how they can go with their imagination and do anything. And make of a stick a plane, and make of a leaf, I don't know, a monument. Mikana sikati.
Yuka maskila pukiana kima kurmaskila pukiana kima kiana kramaskila pukiana kimukumayana kia aya puya makiana kiana mokiana.
Jana maguchi na maiti
Maskila pukiana krimaskila pukiana yaka mayaka.
Nanchene etika moko totuku chene kakuka. Tiseni kana tuku. Hana chenakine, no wonder it's tikana, only your mind created. Mankana se sechine. Amuka achititika. And you know that you reach these levels of freedom, because when you share this love, you are capable, all of you, to do it. If you bring all this excitement that we share here in the groups into your lives, they will start flourishing more. Life itself, in the way it has been created, is neutral, and you give the meaning to it. It's up to you to see life as good, as bad, or in any level.
Akia maskula kiana kima kiana krumaskila pukiana kiama kura pakiana skila pukiana kia aya mukrumaskila pakiana ya.
Mama tateti katesite. Como totete eke.
Kumaskila mukiana kima kramaskila pukiana kina ukiana mukiana krimaskila pukiana ya.
Yara mokoshinitia makotayara makati makati shinu toyora makati aro makati ara makati aro moshono toyora natayara. Tia mokotayara miyashi tia ramakotaya. Ti amakashino toyora makati no toyora nata. All you need to do is close your eyes and focus on how you would like to feel. Focus on things that have already been, that have expressed great joy and happiness, to attract more of that into your life. It only takes a few seconds. Atioro makatia romakashi nitia mokotayara nitia makotiara minitia katiaro yara. Yeah, most of you need to be reminded. Atioro mokoteara makati shnotoyara that there are many distractions out there. Atioro mokoteara makatayo notoyora. But it really is this simple. Atio mokotearo makatia notoyara.
Ukia maskila kuma kiana kia kumaskila pukiana kramaskila pukiana ia kupa kiana maia kuma ya kia la kurumaskila pukiana ya makina ya.
Kamano daimikata nikata.
Aya kumakiana
Nakatukata tikata.
achaka pakumukiana ya. Ikyomono kiana skila pukiana ya ukiana awa. Maya kramaskila pukiana kiana.
Some people who might be watching this video might think why there is so much negativity out there, why there is still so much density out there, because there are so many people, because they might think if life is neutral and it was designed to be neutral, for us to just give a meaning to it, why there is still so much negativity and density? Because there are still a lot of humans projecting this negativity. They are still awakening. They are still confused. They are still projecting those negative thoughts into reality, and that's why our reality it has also negativity. But gradually that is diminishing, getting less. Going to the extremes to discern what's good and what we should keep doing. We will keep going to the extreme for a while.
Kia maskula kia mo kia na kia mako kurumas kila po kia na kia na mu kia na kina kona la skia po kia na kima la kio po ma kia na ya uskela po kia na krimas kila po kia na kima la opa kia na ki po kia na kina po kia na ya o kia makina kula kia mo kia na kima kula kia maskila kupa rapa kia no kumaya la kaya.
They say use your love, use your compassion, be patient, have faith. This is all a process. A long process it might seem, because it's a process of transforming and transmuting energy for thousands and thousands and thousands of years created in your planet. Do as much as you can do, and do not put yourselves in the extreme. Do not saturate
Kia makiana ki o pokiana ke skilo pokiana ki makupa kiana ki makupa kiana ki na kiana. O kia mane ki la kromas ki la pokiana ki a bakulu ki a makiana ya upa kiana skila pokiana ya upa no ayaka.
Mesa mapa bagosi sitte tikaku ba chitaga tatayete mosineta natuse emisinete kisha natute. So today we are going to release anything that is feeling like too much in our hearts.
Yamakatoromo mayakati no koyo.
Hanatayana sotikitin tatainama.
So yaroma koshi niti kotayarama katim.
Take time every day to cleanse your body, your system. Do your rituals, do what you feel like doing, but cleanse that energy that naturally you take from others. Matecita, papita,
Kuyomaskila pukia krabaskila pukia na kia pukia na kaka mayakina pukia na kaya kupokela ski pukia na kaya. Pukia manikila kupukia na kay makulo skuda pakia na ki.
Michanata tita ni que hini shende kuwa shotitia papaika mapachika. Osama tika matesha. Nani tani sete tia nika.
Ow.
This is a nice introduction.
Yeah. Sometimes my heart is so painful. It's ow in my heart.
Let it be, and let it get all this love.
Yes.
That's because the light languages are working. And anything rigid, anything that is condensed there is it's gonna feel painful for a while, but then it will go.
Akrimaskila pukiana kino pukiana yamakia. Yeah, I only want to say that it's not only love, light, peace, and all the things, but it's also painful in your heart sometimes.
I felt that it's because I haven't been on for a few weeks. As soon as I came on into the frequency and the energy, I was like, whoa. My heart was just like, it's like it was stretching out like a little bit.
There's a lot going through. And also because anything that has been inside, kept for a while, it goes to the surface. And when it goes to the surface, it feels like pain. I was feeling the pain also. I was feeling pain.
Okay.
But I'm feeling the pain also from the collective, from people, people who are suffering, people who are. So it's like in these gatherings we also work together without even setting the intentions. Just naturally, our hearts are so given to help others that we start transmuting the pain in the world just naturally without even thinking consciously about it. We start cleansing. We start cleansing the planet. We do. We are more important than we think. We just need to be humble. But they always tell us you don't really conceive entirely what you are. You are really starseeds. You are really magicians. You are alchemists. You are so many beings in one, integrating. And that's the theme for today, integrating. That's why there is a lion, this is Virgin Mary, Brother Jesus, and we are integrating all the aspects in one. That's what we are doing. MISA, NITE, so if we are part of them, how can we not be powerful?
From what I've noticed, just around in my area, which I know it's not just going to be around in my areas, but there's a lot of people suffering from lots of anxiety and panic attacks, and then if it's not that, then there's people having chest infections or tightness in the chest, and I would say probably 90% of them are taking medication for that. But I did, now that you've mentioned the pain in the heart, I felt that earlier on today, and I knew that it wasn't my energy. But there's a lot of there's so many people suffering from anxiety, which if you have anxiety, it's a fear of the future. And then if you have depression, it's like a fear of the past, or you haven't quite gotten over your past. So there's all this emotions coming up after this full moon, and there's so much changes that people are like, the energy's erratic. So yeah, and we will pick up on
It's
that.
overwhelming for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Imagine if we didn't have these skills or these gifts awakened. We will fall easily into desperation.
We can fall into that too.
And
like
we can fall sometimes into
Yeah.
that too, even having the gifts activated.
Mhm. Yeah. But we do have the awareness, like when we do fall into that we're very aware of how to get ourselves back out of it. Like I've been called to just kind of like disconnect from social media right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I've barely I've very put like a limit on my time on social media platforms, and for some reason that was what I went up and I asked, and they were like, just remove yourself from it, like the energy's dense. Which I definitely feel like it's made me feel a lot better and more to actually have awareness of like the content that we're actually watching as well, because there is still people that watch the news and everything like that, but I don't do that. But like, it's like if you're being in a, like if you go into an energy, into a space like say the supermarket, and you can feel the energy's there, so like what you're watching and what you're consuming is an energy as well. So like, is it uplifting you, or is it like pushing you downward? And I'm not scared of going into like my own healing and working with my shadow self, but it's, if I'm being called to watch something, I'll watch it. But it's just having that awareness of like constant scrolling through like lots of content that might not be of the highest frequencies, that does have an impact on your energetic field as well. So it's trying to keep it as pure as possible. Yeah.
They say the tomato doesn't need to be rotten for it to be poison.
Mm-hmm.
So even if a tomato looks really nice and doesn't look rotten, the energy from the place where the tomato is
Wait.
Yes. It's bringing new tomatoes.
Look! They're tomatoes from my
You see, I wasn't wrong.
tomatoes.
Wow.
From your garden?
Yes.
Wow.
I work in a food forest, and they are really, they are from I plant the seeds and now they are tomatoes.
Wow.
They have different shapes, haven't they? They have different shapes. No? It's not like in the supermarket that they are all the same.
Oh,
the same shape, round, perfect, like all coming from the lab.
No, they are very
Different forms, different shapes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's
the way they should be. The way
What's
they
that,
should.
Melly?
I said the way they should be.
The way they should be, that they were when we were little.
Yeah.
They were, everything was different. The different shape, different apple, different, all round and like plastic.
I noticed that when I was in Spain, then they still had like fruit stalls and vegetable stalls, and I was looking at them and I was like, oh, look at all like the different shapes and sizes. Like the supermarkets have even like clamped down on that. If it doesn't meet a certain size, then like you can't, like it means it's not good. So if you just take that statement of an apple being a perfect apple that's fit for a supermarket and put that out into humanity, you can see how people are programmed just to be like, oh, well, I'm not this size, so that means I'm not perfect, and like I need to do this to be perfect. And yeah, there's a lot of stories just from an apple. Yeah.
They say that everything started with an apple, no? Between Adam and Eve.
But
that's not true.
I know. It's just making a joke.
It makes me very happy to eat the vegetables that I grow, from the food forest.
Because it's love. You've put love.
Yeah, it's love. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very nice. Yeah.
You need to create a company, Susan. A company and produce and send us boxes of organic food.
Yeah.
People are doing, like the lady I did the session to yesterday. She creates, she does her own soaps, shampoo.
Okay.
All things for skin and care. She does it with her own hands, and she's creating her own business out of that.
That's really nice too.
She wants to stop doing the 3D job that she's doing,
and
to focus on that.
And
she sent me a box from US of all her products, so that I can see how they are and use them. And I think that's where we are going to.
Yeah.
In this awakening, we are a little bit angry because of what they've been doing for many years. But many of us are already reacting and doing things like growing their own food or creating the soap products.
I'm now in this area working, and I met a lot of people, and they do the same thing, and they are very activate to be better, and they want a better world. I love to be focused on to put my energy on that side and not on the what's not good.
Exactly.
I keep my vibration high, and then it's not happen all the time, because I'm every day I get be triggered in some things, and
because we are healing now. Our childhood wasn't easy. Our teen times wasn't easy. Nothing was easy before.
No. Then I triggered, and I think, okay.
I do feel
I'm
like
back.
we're learning all these traits for a reason as well. Like how we're just like, everything's for a reason, but there's more people wanting naturally sourced produce and going back to what like our ancestors did, and like me with like having an interest in like herbalism, and that's just flowed to me, and I'm like, oh, like I can do, and just probably like you growing your own fruit and veg has just flowed to you. You're like, oh, this makes me feel happy, I want to do this. But I do feel like there is an underlying reason why we're all being like called to be like, okay, you need to learn how to do this again, and you need to learn how to do this like your great grandmother knew how to do this. So because it might be well, I don't know what's going to happen, but it might be coming useful sometime soon.
Yeah.
And then, and it's bringing us all back to our roots as well. Like,
it's gonna take time for the change to happen, but we already started, and there is so many of us doing it, so many of us, and this contagious. It's also contagious because it makes perfect sense. What do you want, to eat poison or to eat proper food? Okay, you want to eat proper food,
when you,
this
when you think
natural
about
movement of organic food.
It's like it's consumerism again that's killed like a trade that like our ancestors learned. So like I've never grown up learning how to plant my own plants, but then that's coming back to me naturally. But then if I take that on and start growing my own plants and learning about herbs, then I'm teaching that to my son. So it's like we're going back generations, and where the grandmothers and everything taught like everybody in the tribes like about this certain types of herbs and how to heal certain wounds with this, or if you eat that, if you've got an upset stomach or something like that. And it's coming back full circle. So everything in between that's just been mass consciousness, like consumerism, it's changing like naturally anyway. We're all being reminded of our roots, and I like it.
And
I think that we only have to remember the things that we know it, how it works, but it's we have to remember it.
Yeah. And then you're doing something that you love, you're pouring your unconditional love into that. Yeah. That's also raising your frequency, raising the plant's frequency. Like, and the food that you consume has got a frequency. And it's something that makes you feel happy. So you're uplifting it. There's nothing that makes you feel happy about going and buying tomatoes out of a supermarket and eating. Like, but when you've grown that from a little seed and seeing it all bloom and plant and grow fruit on it and then eat them, that's a whole different frequency.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Kramaskila pukya makini kupayana kramaskila pukya naya. Upya kana.
I'm getting also that it's important that we also start accepting other ways of like not falling only into the option of using money, but also exchanging things with each other, because if we think that only money can pay for one of your sessions, you are limiting yourselves to so many things in life as well. Mm-hmm. Because especially when there is a economical crisis in the world, and we are coming back to what our ancestors were doing. I give you like some apples,
you like some tomatoes. You like some tomatoes. Then you give
me tomatoes and I exchange it for something else. That's what we should be doing. Honestly, this is not the only time that this information comes through in these events. They have said this many times. We are coming back to community. We are coming back to exchange other things, and that's the way we will show to ourselves that it's possible. Mm-hmm. But if we believe that only money can make things work in life, we are limiting ourselves to the control.
That's maybe when we talk the light language, and you said you never be alone, and that's where I was a little bit angry about it. But maybe that's what I feel. Maybe I like to more share things and live in a community, and that's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's what I want more. We live in my place, we live all in houses and all separate, and Yeah, I don't think that's the way that we are meant to be.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know my neighbors there. We say hello for the last 8 years that I've been living in this house. We say
Yeah.
hello, but I don't know them.
No.
Now,
Yeah.
the neighbors downstairs, we know each other because we stopped talking, and yeah, I know the children and all of that. But the ones just next, just like maybe one block is separated by each other by, well, maybe the length of my arms. That's all. And then we don't. This is a cultural thing also,
Mm-hmm.
because depending in what country you are living in, is different. It's different. But we need to come back to that. We need to come back to don't feel our neighbor as an alien, or as someone from
Yeah.
far away. It's another person. It's another woman. It's another man. If they have children, they're humans. For God's sake, why you don't talk to each other? Why you don't talk to each other? And it doesn't need to be every day, but to be just let the flow at least, no? It's like sometimes I look at them just to start talking to them, and they look somewhere else when they feel that my energy is coming to them. They just look somewhere else. But I'm not saying that they are bad people. They are not bad people. They just work that way in their minds. That's what they got used to. And what they create are family units, and they don't let anything from the outside interfere in that
Mm.
family unit. And that needs to change. Eventually it's going to change because we are going to need each other. We are
I
going
think
to go we are going to be in extreme circumstances and situations, and we are going to need each other.
I think
That,
right through the UK that is a problem. Like I'm not sure about other places, but I feel like Spain and other that they would have been more community kind of based.
very much.
And just when you were saying about bartering, like exchanging foods, like it just reminded me of when I watched The Chosen, and they were like they took like their mom's cinnamon rolls, and they were like going to the stalls and changing it for fish, and then exchanging the fish for something else and something else, so that they could get like a gift. So they were like totally bartering their way up to get something as a birthday gift, um or a wedding marriage kind of token thing. And but they didn't have the funds, but they just used what they had and worked their way up to what they needed without having the silver. So it's like it is, and that's the thing that is like I mean Shetland used to be a lot like community based as well, but I do not feel that up here anymore. And like you say, with like I'm not living in my actual house right now, but like there's neighbors that have been next to me and they don't say hello to me. And then there's the house other next to me again. That house has been empty for months, but there's a family that's moved in there. I think they're maybe Nepalese or something along that lines, but they just keep themselves to themselves too. And I'm like, wow, like you're like in between this two people, and you're like, okay. But my other neighbors, from where I originally stay, and they will be my neighbors again, they were like Hungarian. They were really, really, really friendly. Yeah. So I'm kind of looking forward to getting back to them.
I want my Hungarian neighbors back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. I had experiences with other Hungarian people, and they were also
They've
very
got their
friendly.
sense. Yeah, they've got their sense of community.
Yeah,
Like
they
I
have.
feel like they do in the Polish.
Yeah,
Um
it's cultural.
they
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. but it's definitely UK that is, I would say, 70% died out from a lot of general.
Change that, like
Yeah,
change that ourselves.
yeah, exactly.
What's that, Keira?
We can be that change.
We can. We are being that change.
Yeah.
We are being that change. Sometimes we just feel that we are not doing enough, but we are doing. We are by just trying, by just being friendly, no matter how many times they look towards another direction. By me trying, I'm being the change.
Yeah.
Because their children are noticing that. Why my parents don't look to the neighbor? Why they don't speak to the neighbor? But the children, they look at me. They respect that to don't have a conversation with me, but they smile. They always look at me like,
Yeah.
and they make something, no, just very being cheeky, and yeah.
Well, I feel like the kids, they're so much in their heart space, and adults, and it's not even their fault when you think about it. It's just like they're so much in their mind, or like you don't know what's going on in their mind. That's the problem. But they might have anxiety or depression, or like. But if you're just there trying to be like hi, like, and be friendly, then you're spreading the light anyway. And yeah, it's, we all know what it's like to be in our minds all the time. It's like you're walking about with a dark cloud over your head sometimes. And yeah, and the same fact, because I used to work in the retail department quite a lot, and customer service, like people pleasing as at its best, was like what I did. I was always happy, I was always smiling, and I was always trying to be helpful to people, and some people were just grumpy, and I used to go home being empathic, being like, why was that person being like that with me? I was doing my job and I was being friendly, but I kind of got out of that and being like, I do not know what's going on in their life. They could have a million things going on in their life. That is not an excuse for them to be like that to me, but they could have 101 things going on in their life, and that's maybe why they weren't feeling like happy sunshine like what I was. Yeah, you just don't know. And if you're just being there, being friendly, that's what you're supposed to be doing.
The thing is, we think about it, and that we, from time to time, we do our energy cleansing, we do our gatherings, we speak about what is in our chest. How many people out there, they just don't do that. They just build up more and more and more,
yeah.
And build up more and more. And they don't have even people to talk about and speak about their emotions. They don't even know that they can speak about their emotions. There are many men who still don't speak about their emotions.
And some people don't even know how to express love because they've never felt love from their families, and they don't know that
they know what that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
They think that life is just what they perceive, and that's all.
So if you come up to someone and you're like, oh, and giving them a cuddle and being like, oh, and like I've even noticed that with my own mother when I've gone to cuddle her, it's like she ridges, like I can feel her energy and she like ridges up, and then I'm like, why can't you cuddle me? Like why won't you cuddle me properly? Yeah.
Interesting. Like this and the thing about the neighbors, it's like all related to this idea we've been conditioned to believe we're more vulnerable when we're connected, when we're actually more vulnerable alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very much. And that's part of the awakening also.
Yeah, like we have
realizing that that's not.
healing, like have to heal the whatever issues maybe have gone on with past relationships so that we don't just keep cutting off relationships. I mean, I could speak for myself so that I don't keep cutting
We all
off
done it.
relationships,
We all
you
done
know?
it. We all done it at some point in our lives. And
But it's
we-
happening like in small levels and in huge levels, right?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. But
Like
do
what
Right.
politicians say about other countries, like, or us and them, all these stories of us and them, when really, like what astronauts say, once they get into space, they really have this spiritual experience of, oh my God, we're all one.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
crazy that we've been like brainwashed to think we're all fighting.
Mm-hmm.
We are all fighting, and like Spain is the best, or France is the best, or England is the best. And then, no, you live in the same planet. Wake up. Wake up.
It's a total contradiction to the people that like see when we're so open and we're so loving and we will have like those conversations and we're actually genuinely nice, kind people. Like people think, well, like people can either portray you as being like really, really fake, or that you're putting that on, or like, oh, nobody can be that happy all the time, or like, why is she so nice all the time, or like, or you can love, like, I feel like the love that we all radiate, like, it can be so intense for people that
Can be like too much
Yeah.
for them.
yeah, that they just like go in the complete opposite direction. You're like, wow, like, you're like, what do you do? And you sit there like blaming yourself, being like, well, why, what, like, am I too much, or like like
What is the level I should have stopped being nice?
yeah.
And, dosify your goodness.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
But that can be
So-
a story that you're telling yourself, being like, oh, well, I'm too nice, so I need to do this, and like, but I've always just been me,
it's not being too
the
nice, or
perfect me.
it's just
That's-
you. It's you the way you are. Katuma
Yeah.
sate.
Kiamas kula kamakiana kupakiana.
Oh my
And I
God.
feel like when you are your true authentic self, and that's the ego. That's the battling with the ego,
There
though,
you go.
because like if somebody's very much their ego, and you're being raw and authentic, then they're like, it must trigger something in them. I don't know.
It triggers, most of
Yeah.
the time triggers something. And this is also what is showing us that we are going through the extreme of circumstances. What you are saying is because we are going through realities that are really, really extreme. For someone it's like nothing, for someone it's like too much love. It's like, what? I'm just being me. I just want to be myself. Like, try to be yourself, and you will see how we will be compatible. Or maybe not. Maybe we are not by nature compatible. That's okay. Flow. You will be compatible with many others. That's okay.
Just unmasking. It's like we're all still finding who we truly are as well. Like we're just, yeah, we're all there.
It's an incredible process.
Kiamas kula kumakiana makina kubayana.
Satuta nakata mokata te.
Rimas kila pukiana ki makiana kromas kila pakiana makiana.
Matane kata te te kakunta re te kita ni tato kuaka. The sainaka. That's why they also say that we need to be patient. And we need to be compassionate with ourselves, starting with ourselves. Because the process is a big thing happening, big thing changing, and it will take time. It's not like tomorrow things will be different. It will be different, but gradually and slowly will be changing. And I'm happy that we are more and more, every time that we are more and more awakening because of those extremes. Bika shet itita akutana ta
Yo maskila kupokia mani krima pio kumakiana ya pukela kraskila pukiana ya.
Keira, do you mind sharing with the group and with the world what has been happening in the area where you live and in Jasper? Because in the news they only share what they want sometimes, and sometimes this kind of news they don't go everywhere, and maybe if more people become aware of what's going on there, maybe more people will be or anyone who come across with this video, they will also join us sending love and energy to that area. But first we need to create awareness. So if you don't mind sharing,
Yeah, in the Rocky Mountains in Alberta, I just learned today that this forest fire was started by a thunder or lightning strike. And so there are multiple fires always in the summer burning. And there's one there's two near this town of Jasper, which is in the national park, that are out of control, but one became really massive. And it was 10 kilometers from town, and then it was 5 kilometers from town, and people evacuated, I think, when it was 10 kilometers from town. And everyone got out. And then the winds picked up and it moved 5 kilometers in half an hour, and the town started burning. So about 30% of this town has burned, and it's like a very historic place. Really, the railway goes through, and I lived there for a summer, and my dad lived there for 6 years, and our family friend's house burned down, and we don't know when people can go back to their homes if they have a home.
Some of them, they lost their home already.
A third of
yeah. Jasper.
Yeah, it's not a huge town, but it's like there are restrictions, so it's not allowed to grow anymore to protect the national park. And yeah, for me it's just very personal because I did live there for a time. My dad lived there. My parents almost bought a house there. My mom loved the mountains. She used to paint the mountains. And then, like, having stayed in that house that burnt down, well, 2 houses, it's just so sad for me. It's like so sad. And it's interesting to see, because sometimes I question, like, why do people get so sad about something that is only if it's related to them, but they can't do it when it's not related to them? And I think in some ways for me, like, I only have so much capacity, but there's definitely like a huge emotional component when you have a special connection, right? And the fire is still out of control. Like, it's still out of control. And thousands and thousands of people go through that place every year. Like, probably hundreds of thousands or more than 1 million go through every year. Yeah, and I think I feel a special connection to the land of the place. And I had said, like, 2 months ago, maybe I'll move there. Yeah, and so now I'm considering maybe there's ways to help them rebuild in some way, like as a kitchen designer, maybe. Or yoga teacher.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever it could help the community.
Yes.
Sometimes we don't need to go to do complex things or difficult things. It's
volunteering
to move something. Whatever your heart feels like doing.
Yeah. So and I was telling you, Ismael, that because my mom died 3 years ago, and 2 years ago I was camping in Jasper, and I was just sitting, drinking my coffee, looking up at this mountain in front of me, and I just started crying because these forests have been destroyed by this certain type of beetle that infests the pine trees and then they die. But so that makes it more dangerous for fire, but also, so then there's this whole conversation of the indigenous people who used to tend to the land over generations and understood controlled burns and all this, which hasn't been happening in the same way. Not to say the national parks aren't taken care of, but so I was just sitting there looking, and I just started to like weep for the trees and the land and everything, and I was like, why is this so emotional for me? And then I realized it was 1 year from the day my mom died. So it's like grieving like the great mother, the ultimate mother. And I think this is still part of that because it's very connected to my mom.
And I think there are more brothers and sisters in the planet that they are awakening from what we thought that a country was or the planet was, and we are more feeling Mother Earth in many more ways, and sometimes we don't have a direct connection to that place, but when you were sharing that message in your voice message, I was feeling everything that you were telling me, and if that fire happens here, I'm gonna feel it the same way that it happens in Canada, in Spain, or anywhere else. And I think we are all getting to that point of consciousness, of understanding that this is not about what is wrong in one part of the planet, because it's affecting to everyone. It's not about countries anymore. It's about Mother Earth, and Mother Earth is becoming part of us more and more, and the more it vibrates with us, the more we feel her pain, the more we feel everything that is going on in the surface and in the inner layers also, because we talk about the solar flares, but when there is combustion or the Schumann energy is changing from the center of the earth, the magnetic poles changing, and all that is affecting us in big ways. And as we become more sensitive, we feel more everything. So that to me is expansion. That to me is growing. That to me is ascension. Because we are not considering now that the problem is only if it happens few miles from where I live, but everywhere in the world. And that's why we need to be sharing all of this together. If we come from different countries, and if there is something happening in the area where we live, share it, because more and more people are waking up, and more people, I'm sure, that they will share their love with us and join us in sending prayers and light to every place. Because at the end of the day is what you say, when the astronaut comes out and see the planet and say, why I've been thinking all my life that I just come from this area, and that's all that matters. No, it doesn't matter. The whole planet matters. And we are waking up slowly, because sometimes we wish that the process will go faster, but slowly we are, because 20 years ago it wasn't like that. Even when I was talking to my friends in Spain, they didn't care about many things happening outside. Now they care, and they are not into spiritualism or anything like that. They are just aware that the planet is the planet, and we need to take care of it.
To consider future generations, like the indigenous people here in North America would live in a way that honored the future 7 generations, at least something, right? Like I've had people that I know who are denying climate change, and they've expressed things like, it's not going to affect me, so it doesn't matter. Which could be denial. It could be grief manifesting as denial, and like, hopefully I can just die before I have to acknowledge these feelings, maybe. I don't know what it is exactly. Like, people think it's inevitable, but that's also being disempowered, right? I think there's so much power, like beautiful power, in honoring that everything we do could have a benefit to people hundreds of years in the future, depending what we choose.
Yeah. It's not only climate change or things like what they bring into the news. We just need to be good to the planet, and that's it, and take care of it. We don't need to find a reason. The reason is love, just love. Love the planet and be grateful for giving you the opportunity of being alive. Like just the same way that our ancestors honor the planet and honor every generation. Tamak esindikia.
Yo maskila pokia makrama skila pokia na kia makruma kana makena ya. Imaskila pokia na kima kula ya kima ropa kia na makena. Pokia maskila pokia na kima kruma kia na a kia na mukia la makena imikia na kruma skila pokia na. Umaskila pokia na kima kunokia maskila pokia na yeku pokia na makiri krima kia no pokia na ya. Umakiana kiba la kramas kila pukiana kia bukuma kala kia bukuma kramas kila pukiana makiana yo pukiana mai. Umakiana kramas kila pukiana kia poroma kiana kia pukiana kia pukiana kia pukiana kia paskila pukiana kia mukula kamaya kaya. Umakiana kima rupa kiana kia kiana yaka. Umakiana kima kiala ka skipo kiala ki kupukra kiala ka skipo kiala ki pokia pakiana ya. Amaskila pokiana ki moya kala makila kupakiana kiala makina ya. Pokia maya ya lumoya la ki moya la ki mokumaya la ki moya la ki pokiana ya la.
What do you feel these languages are saying, Susan?
Ooh, yeah. I think it is something to do with the earth. Yeah. I feel so much energy. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah. Umakiana ya kaya.
Tarana chamuka ti mapatekta. Satetika tuka setichitak akukatita tichita.
Uyaka maskila pukiana kino mukiana la kiana ya la kuno mukiana skila pukiana ya. Ukiama la kilo kumaya la kima la kiana kima la skila pukiana ya kamaya. Umakiana skila pukiana ya mona ya yo
Tia makona ya romakashun.
Oh yeah, maskila pukiana kima la kuno mukiana ya la.
Sana sisana moha te sesama amaha te setrai. Hansashnakia Mosisana Makawa Sesama Makatu Daina Makainesat Sena Makuma Sachana Ama Anat Esak Mas Anat Usaneta Kubatsatika Musitanak Ana Saina
Makotayora makatiano tayora makot.
Ukia maskila pukiana krama skila pukiana ya mokula mana ya kumala kia skila pukiana ya.
Is there any other intentions that you would like to add, Mikes Itata, to tonight's event, so that we can send love and light to these areas, like the area of Alberta and Jasper, but other things that you would like to set as an intention for yourselves or for the land or for someone you love, MISA na Melissa Shuaka Tetia Tatinika.
There was just something that was just coming up there when you said about your friends not being spiritual. Like, I feel like the word spiritual has been thrown about quite a lot too. And you don't have to class yourself as spiritual, but their eyes are open to what is going around. And that is what Mother Nature does. When you go out for a walk, I mean, this is like, even the doctors know this. If you go out for a walk, it clears your mind, it clears your head. But, and I have been here too, when you've got so much fuzzy stuff going on in your mind and you're overthinking and everything, you can walk and you do not notice anything. Again, it's just coming back into your heart. And Mother Nature has got a natural, just grounding energy that she brings that back in you. And so whether you want to class yourself as spiritual or not, like, eyes are being opened to certain things, whether you notice the flowers or you notice the bees or you notice some wildlife in the sea, they're all assisting you, whether you know it or not. And the trees and just everything. And I had the conversation with my family, which I thought I would get triggered about, but I didn't. And I didn't get argumentative, but I heard them talking and they were like, oh, these flat earthers with the conspiracy theories, and they were going on and on and on. And I was just like, excuse me, what? And I found it just like, I acknowledge the contrast, because they were saying about, oh, there's this people that say the world is flat, and then the spraying of the skies and whatever else. And I voiced my opinion, but I didn't get into a triggered situation about it. And then they went on to like go on about a TikToker that went viral for saying some word that, like, it was just gone absolutely epic, and they were like, oh, I feel really sorry for her because she's getting such a and I was just like, you're sagging off people that are like trying to, well, like, so-called conspiracy theories, and then you're going on about one girl that said one word, and that was more I seen the contrast. So I would like to merge the contrasts, and that everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but I would like for people's eyes to be open for the highest and best good, and in their own time, in their own divine timing. But I would like to assist with that process.
More discernment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else, Melly?
Just the power of gratitude and love and peace and freedom
And more
and
time
love.
for yourself.
And and more time for myself. And more compassion towards myself, and compassion for the whole collective.
Okay. Keira, anything else to add?
Yeah, to be grounded and centered in myself and on the earth, in my highest truth and my highest action, and to stay confident and consistent, and to have faith and persevere, and to rest well.
And for all that process that you're going through, connecting Mother Earth and your mom, Patenike tiam amutana tanota sosenikanata Shenika. Anything else?
Also, it keeps coming to me. So if anyone wants to feel into it, this message, like, you know how people use feathers to smudge? So I went and got this, which was I made this from feathers I found after my mom died. The magpies kept coming before she died. But I keep seeing and like feeling, like, not on my skin, but like, it's like, pay deeper attention to the medicine and the power of a feather and a wing, and know that they're assisting us.
I like that.
Me too.
Mm.
Wait,
Yeah.
So I guess the intention to be open and receptive to that medicine, and that.
I have made this thing.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah, I found it feathers, and then I made this. Yeah, and I smashed it with. I love it. Yeah.
That's connection. It's connection to the air, isn't it? So like I always feel like feathers is connection to the air, and then I usually bring like seashells home or something, so that's like the water kind of connection. It's like connecting all the elements.
Connecting all the elements.
And I drew this earlier, which feels very like air. Feels like a portal of love.
Oh yeah.
And then I was looking at it again, and I saw this, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's me in this giant spiral."
Turn it around, please.
Reminds me of Rainbow Bridge.
Rainbow Bridge.
Or a rainbow roller coaster.
Like we are all there. We are going through.
Right.
It reminds me also how the universe itself is traveling through the cosmos, and the planets are moving so fast, and we are taking directions sometimes like that, like twisting, and the galaxy itself is like a spiral. Sometimes feel like we are still, but we are never still. Everything is moving. Everything is moving. They also told me, they were telling me the elements, but Sister Melissa mentioned it, and also the sense of letting go the weight in our shoulders and become more like the birds, free, fly, and expand. Observation also, observing everything from perspective, allowing yourself to let go emotions that they don't serve you anymore.
Kriamaskila pokiamakiana. Pokiamaskila muskini kramaskila pokiana.
Yeah, sometimes processing in our minds, we fall into that belief that we will find the answer faster instead of surrendering. Kamatasana. We are all learning that.
Pokiamaskila mokiana makila kumaskila pokiana ya.
To be just as nature. Mama Sane.
Ukiamaskila mukianaya.
Nutinik ambos asetita. They say
Yeah.
things in nature also get in order without having to think. They just know. They just allow things to be. Mamat ete bias nature kaante ete kuutuna. You cannot deny to be part of nature. So sometimes you need to quiet your minds. Mamatana, and you can do that by being more and more in contact to nature. Tenata, allowing nature to be part of yourself. Penita, and the other way
Mukiamaskila
around.
mukiana makrimaskila pukia makianaya puya e makianaraka.
Umata tenikatuna,
Ukiamaskila mukianaya.
Anata enita kokututa nekana tanata tekianata. So yeah, we will send also more love to all this, to maybe bring more messages or just send the energy that is needed there to support all these changes that we are feeling. We are all feeling the call of the bird beings. Mama te esi te ama kuhai te sanata, and they are so connected to our ancestors and our ancestors to nature. So everything is linked. Everything is coming together.
That's kind of the message I got was like when Susan was just speaking, channeling there, was that nature can cure everything. You just need to know how to work with it. Like you work with the elements, it's just like anything can be cured by nature.
So get the sense like we're going through another birth and we need to like remember how to surrender through the birth canal, and it's like going through the eye of a needle, like
Mm-hmm.
have to let go of everything that we don't need on the other side. Not to be scary, but it felt like a confirmation for me because I keep asking like, really get rid of everything, really, like everything, which was so interesting. I was also telling Ismael about like my brother and I have kept saying like before this fire started, like our house could burn down, like we might not have anything one day. So I have been using that as like a way to like, okay, I could lose everything anytime. So what if I just choose to let go of the things I don't need?
Yeah. There's this post I posted on my Facebook a while ago, and I'm trying to remember it, but it was basically like we're all being called to go on this healing journey, and the new word is being born, and the old word is dying, and we've got to watch so many changes and so many like going through the rubble and watching everything kind of like burn in flames, as like as she said. But she was just like, and every time you go through the rubble or you go and things are falling away from you, it's like, how are you going to love and nurture yourself? Like, and that's basically how I see this process, is like, yeah, there's lots of changes, there's lots of things happening, not just in your reality, but like in the collective reality, in the whole world, and there's lots of things going on. But it's like you always just have to come back and be like, okay, if I don't have these things, I'm going to be okay. If I don't have this, I'm going to be okay. And yeah, it's coming back to oneness. And I suppose if you go the other way, then you spiral like into like a whole different. I actually see that picture that you had, Keira, when you said the eye of the needle. I immediately seen your picture because you've got the eye of the needle there, and it's
there's
like
another
thread.
smaller one inside it.
Wow.
So crazy.
Go through the portals.
You hold on. Or don't hold on.
I
Let go.
know. And there's so much there's so much that we just cling to all the time. But I think the more we surrender, it's like I feel like the more I trust my own inner compass, where it might not be 100% right, but I'll look for guidance within myself, or like I'll ask like creator, like what's going on here, so that I have my own understanding of things, and then I just trust it. Whereas a few years back I would have been like, oh well, this was, my head was telling me this, but I better go and ask like 5 million other people like if this is right. And now I just trust the process. I suppose we're just surrendering and kind of going with the flow. And if you want to ask questions about certain things that are going on in the world, then I'm pretty sure you'll get the answers as well. But even though there's lots of stuff going on and there's lots of things, I do feel, I think we've mentioned that in this group before, it's like I do feel like this is all part of the process. Of just, renewing. Because a lot of people's eyes are getting opened. I feel like so much this year as well. I feel like a lot of people are, collectively, people are questioning things now. Terima question ataya ramakatia mokotoyo ramakatia.
Skumalakia makumaskila pukianaya. Mukiana igrima kala kupakiana skila pukianaya marakiana.
Totia makatia mokotoyo ramakata. Tetia mokotoyo ramakatia ramokotaya ramakatoyo ramakata. Trust.
Kumaskila mukiana makala kupakiana skila pukiana kamayaka.
Toyo ramakata. No shokatia no toyore miakatia no poshanatia makatia. Ketoyo ramakash no toyoro. Ia natia ramakasha no toyora makatia natia ramokosha natia mokotia ramakatia ramokosha tata. Ia no toyoro mokotia ramakota. Tia makati shinitia mokotoya ramakotata.
Mikias kula pakiana ki karamaskila pukiana ki pakiana ki la pakianaya. Ukiamaskila pukiana krimaya la kupakianayaka.
I always feel like that's just come to me. I feel like when my ancestors, or when the ancestors come through, I always get the Pocahontas song in my head being like, listen with your heart, you will understand. It just came up and I was like, and then ancestors came and I was like, oh. Tatiora makiane tiaro mishi anatia mokote yara makatiaro motoya rimiakata. Tia moko shinitia romoko tia rashinitia putia ramakatia no toyo ramakatia ashinitia makoto yoremia natia rashatia makosha natia ramakoyana I anatia ramaka shanatia mokotia ramakiari shika paya natia kotuyoro makasha no toyorama. Tia makach no toyorama katia nata. Ramakota ya ramashanitia mokota. I'm also getting very called to say, like, if you use the feathers to brush off your energy in your auric fields. Atio kotiara makatia no toyoro makashanitia mokutiara makatia no toyora me shinitia makata tayaro makatia roma kashata. Iana tayaro mokosha no toyora makata. Birds are the most powerful source that we have in our skies. And we should use them more. Atia koteara mashanitia mokoteara makatia no tata.
Umaskila mokiana makiana kupakiana ya.
Tata kumata shitatu kumpata tita nakakutanya taka kotainaka totainaka nataka.
Arioro mashinitia mokoteara makatia no toyara. You know how, I don't know about down in Southampton, Ismael, but seagulls, they're seen as like a nuisance.
Very much.
Um,
You treat them like rats.
yeah, but I feed the birds nearly every single day, and sometimes it is the big seagulls, and they are huge. Like when they're close to you, like I don't know. Yeah, and I always see them. If I see them on the rooftops, I see them as angels. I'm like, oh look, they're like their presence and their stature is like that's just popped in my head. But like I see them the way that they stand and they're like watching over us. I do feel like there's some form of like angelic being as well as other birds, but like the way that they've been portrayed is like a hindrance.
Yeah, I see them also like as blessed beings. And Mac and Aika, and I don't understand why they treat them the way they do here. But it's true, over here they are giant in comparison to the ones in Spain. When you are close to them, you say, Jesus, it's really big. It's really, really big. And some of them, they get crazy because of what they are eating also. Because they are eating human food. So their diet is not fish only anymore. And that happens a lot here in this city. When the people go out, they start buying fast food, and then they throw everything to the floor, and so the seagulls come and they eat everything that the people leave in the floor. So they eat processed food and kebabs and stuff that is also turning them into other beings. sometimes less angelic, let's say.
Yeah, I've been onto the mainland where the seagulls are like, there was one that actually grabbed a sandwich out of my hand that wasn't even out of packet, and I was just like, but up here they've got enough fish to like not do that, but they still like if there's food on the ground, they're going to eat it. But like there's
But
a lot of
still,
fish.
they prefer the fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, they still discern that the fish is better than kebabs.
Yeah.
Kutesi takukutua.
But the seagulls are not as bad up here. Well, that, like I don't think they've taken anything off of people's hands and stuff like.
I'm sure that before humans were here, they weren't the way they are here in Southampton. But again, if you go more to, for example, the Isle of Wight, which is more like conserved natural area, seagulls there they don't have the same behavior.
No, but they do up here. I've noticed they try and stop them nesting, so they take their eggs away to stop them growing. But then, in a way, I don't feel like that's right because
I don't think that's right. I think the human being is not right.
No.
We should
But it's
let
the same
nature as it is.
Yeah. We should have more respect for it.
Yeah. So we will send also love so that people start having more respect towards every being. And all matter. Did you share your intention, Susan?
No, not yet.
Okay. You want to go ahead?
Yeah. Kumaskila mokyana kramaskila kukyana yakaya. Yamaskilo pukyana kramaskila pukyana kiyamakapaya kaya makino pukyana. Yeah, my attention yeah, I want to ask some healing for myself and a part of myself that's that I want to accept myself, the whole package. For me, yeah, you was told me in the beginning that some people they are too shy to come to this place. For me, I'm also when I see myself, I'm all the time. I'm very critical, and. I have a lot of things in my mind that's not good about myself. I never watched the videos on YouTube back. I can't see myself in it. That's hurting me a lot.
That's the reason, because you are in the videos. That's why you don't watch them.
No, I don't watch them. Yeah, but I can't see myself. And yeah, that's really
that's something you don't like to see yourself.
Yeah. And that's hurting me, and I want to heal that. Also, as an example, we have on my job we have some photo shoots for the website. And we have there was a professional photograph, and yeah, we make so much fun that day with the pictures, and my co-workers, they say, "Oh, you're very photogenic and you're beautiful," and blah, blah. But I can't see myself. It's very negative. Yeah.
The way you look at yourself is very negative.
Yeah.
Can I? Sorry.
Go on.
Can I ask? Was your mother quite negative about herself? Do you know?
Yeah, I maybe I have. I think I know what's about. It's my mother. She don't want me. I have also last time I asked. Oh, that's really.
Use your light languages whenever you feel like getting stuck. Use your light languages.
Yeah.
And English come back.
Maskila na kipukia na kima ya kiana aya kupakia na kimolokia makiski pukia na kima kula kiapaka akarama skila pukia na yakaya. Yumukuma kiana kila skila pukia na krima skila pukia na kia aya kupakia na I o a krama pukia na yaka. Yeah, I think that I have make English words from it. It's starting last week. I asked in my intention to forgiveness that I forgive my mother. And this week I have very intense dreams that my mother, she tried to, when I was in her, she tried to do some abortion.
Okay.
And then I was in a dream. I have a sister, a twin sister, and she died, and I survived. And that's something to do with that I can see myself. Yeah. And it's very hard to talk about. Yeah.
Susan,
Yes.
could I maybe do something with you after the transmission, or we can do it in private another day? Because I could do we could just send some healing and some love to your baby self, and go through some beliefs about not being able to see yourself and love yourself as you are. We could work.
Maybe we can do that.
Okay.
But yeah, it's it's the
Whenever you want, though. There's no pressure.
Yeah. But there are new things they are coming to me, and that's yeah.
I think the light language is going to clear quite a lot of it too.
Yeah, but it's I think it's necessary to speak about it. Yeah. It's that I'm not holding it for myself, that I speak it out, and and maybe it's also when I have the twin sister, she dies, she makes contact with me, and that's why I speak the light language. Yeah.
To speak about things is so important. So important.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't really give credit to how important it is to speak up about things, especially with people who create a space for you and who listen to you with the heart and with love and send you love naturally, because we are sending you love already.
Yeah, thank you.
Without even having to, I'm going to send love to Susan. It's happening already.
Yeah. No, I think it's really important that you believe me. There is some, I have some belief system, and
the connection is important.
Yeah.
For example, the lady I saw yesterday, we went through her questions. They were like about 25 questions, and we spent like 4 hours just talking about the questions. And somebody could come to me and say, why you are spending so long talking just about these questions? Well, through these questions she was telling me her entire life, her entire trauma, or everything. And what is more important, the hypnosis or that part of the session? To me, is equally important, everything. Not only the hypnosis information, but also the fact that she spoke for so many hours. Mikata Saten.
Kia maskilo pruma kiana kiano pukiana yakama kiana pokala kiski pukiana kima kala kiano pukiana ya.
And what they are telling me that we are doing also is taking some of your pain and also purging that pain, helping to purge that pain away. Mati nikamo.
Kia maskilo pukiana kiana mukiana kimo kiana kupa kiana.
Sanis isana muhanata anisanak anata. Is there anything else your heart wants to talk about, Susan?
Sorry?
Is there anything else your heart wants to say? Like to set any other intention or?
No,
That?
Yeah, that's yeah, yeah. Kia maskilo pukiana krima kola kia makiana yo pukiana ya.
Nat ambak ahutus isi mekisa mutikana mukate takok kutkato itikaro kukutaka. Anyone wants to add more? Any other intention? Tikakwana. Should we go for the transmission?
Atiam.
Keira.
Oh wow.
That was like, I think when you turned off your video, the energy was like so pink.
I went to look after Brujita that she was meowing. So I went to see how she was. Taku, Mata, and we share some love also, and that kind of love happened in the other side of the flat.
Kia maskilo pukiana kina kuruma kiana yaka.
Tatine mitamu pakaita sane saina hanna tainata.
Mayeshakatia.
Akia makula pakiana yaka ya.
Hanna na pupaiste tamu pakaku tini ano taku setika kokata te me kamo hotatu sakua emia hakua ato makaita.
Thank you that I have expressed my feelings and that I can tell this in this space. And for maskila pukiana kimo pukiana kiana kimo kiana ya. Pukia maskila pukiana krima kiana pukiana ya kaya. Pukiana la pukiana ya kiana pukiana.
Te amara.
Te amara kumata tia. Arana takuka. Tanta tek akupate kika upate.
Oya maya la kupoya la kiskida pukiana krima kiala kyo pukiana ya kia aya pukia malaskila pukiana ya yo pakiana ya.
Namo
Shiarama Kotayarama. Nitya Makatya Rama Kotayareshi. Tia Makotayarama Kata. Oyana Tiarama Kasha. Tiarama Goshi. Titiarama Kata. Initia Mara. Tia Mokotia. Atiaremi Ashanoto Katiarama Kutuyo Yitia. Guatiara moshonoto yore makati shonoto yara makashanoto yore meanata I amoko tiara menata yara moshoto yora makatia natos I aremane tiara yara moshonoto yora makati yara mashi atiara meanatasha atia koto yara meanitia koto yare meanatasha ti amoko tiara makatia Akia mokotia rishinitia makatia notoyora nitia. Ashenotia reme akata notoyora me anatasha notaya ramakataya romaka. Anitia mokota. Susan, there's something just coming up. Can I say it?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So you mentioned before where you were going through a process about forgiving your mom.
Yes.
Have you forgiven yourself?
Oh. Oh.
Atiara mia
Kia
katia
maskila pukiana yaka.
motayara mata.
It's that's come in what you asked me. Yeah.
Atia makatiara moshataiba. Emokotearo makatiaro na.
Kumakiana kipo koya kaiskila pokiana kimakula kupokiana krimaskila pokiana yo kramakiala kupa o kiala ya kramaskila pokiana kipoka ya kala yo ya maya kupa kiana kila kiana
Ya makatiara mia shintoyo. Iare kasha ya koya mea ya.
Oh yeah, 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 you my yeah, 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 yo, 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 yo. Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
I anatiarum potia. Yeah. Shokotiare miana katia mokotiare mia katia. Atiara moshokatiara manitiara shanotiare mia katiara mokotiara katia mokoto yorata. Ianatiara mokotiare shinitiara mokotiare shinitia maka. Ashanitiara shakota Armananiare Ara Shaknotoyora Shakati Ok Yamaka Nitiara Akamo Katea Ya Ashitia Kotoya Shitia
Kiama kilo pupokiana skila pukiana kima kilo pukaya maya kupakiana skila pukiana ya.
Iarema Shakatiare Miamotayare Shakatare Mia Aye Kotiara Nitia Kotiare Mokotaya Rmiskinatia Roshkataya Ashinitia Katapeti Iti
Oh yeah maya ya yo 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 maya ya 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 yo maya ya yo 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 maya ya yo maya ya yo.
Ishika Mokotiare Maniti
Oh yeah 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 maya ya ya ya.
Piala toya Mokosha Ite Rashkatatia Papaya no Totia Tatia Rashkatatia Rashkatatia Tia Kotia Manu Tia Koshakatika
Pokiana kamaskila pokiana makiano kupokiana ya ya yo 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 ya ya yo 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 yo.
Tato kuche tabu.
Oh yeah 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 yo 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 yo.
Aisha Yaramenitia Patiara Meashanitia Mokotiara Shikatatiara Mokotoyara Natiara Shikanitia Shikanotia Kata Ianatiara Shinotiara Meapatia Atiara Meshikiara Mokotiara Anatoshakataya Rikinitia Kotayara Maka Atiara Makatio Noto Shikotiara Kotiara Atiara mokotiare mia kotiare katati mokotiore ma ishakata ishkai mokotiare mia natia romokotiare mia kotiare yarata. You're not your stories at your mokotiare notiare mia nitia koto yore makatia mokota tatia ma atikotiare media Moku I anitiara mokotiara mashenitiara mokotata. Shed all that no longer serves you. Akapoyoro mokot.
Amaskilo bukiana makina kupukiana ya makiana ya.
Iare mashakatiara meakatiare meanitia mokatatia. Tatia makashinitia mokotiare mea. Atia shakatatia mokata. Atia Mariniti Amokushniti Atia Remeshniti Atia Ramokotia Ramata Tia Remea Shanitia Atia Remea Akatia Notoshokotoya Atia Remenitia Katia Notoshokotoya Titiari Shokatati Titi Watata Tishakamaya Ishinitia makatia natio romakashinitia makatio noto yoromakashinata. Aishikoyana.
Kiana pakia.
Utio moko. Aya remeshikitia mokota tearata. Imoko.
Kiama kiano kima kiana.
Tearemos. Ariam.
Oh yeah yeah yeah
Yama shiki makoya rimel.
oh yeah yeah yeah
Tiara meshikananitia mokotia ya katia rashata yoro mokotia kototia ramatatia na tiara kotatia por tiara reshkata reshkata tiara reshkata Warea shaya matia katia natosho kotatia katia oshiniti mokotia rema katia rea atia matia maria ti mokoya ti ama shanati ayoma te ama koya mana te arama shea te akotia remia katia shaniti kotoyorem taya makashi Atia remiani tiara mopatia no tiara motayara shana toya toya tema tiara to tiara teo Oreva osho toyo roma taya tiara shata tia patia ora shata tia matia roshata tiara shata Oh, sure, te ama kata.
Kiamana skila pukiana ya kumakra skila pukiana ya kumakiana klima kula skipo pokiana makiana mo skila pakiana kiala pokiana.
Atiara makata dia makotaya romo.
Hatumasai makata. Amakamu sai sana kakwata. Tota ne kakutata. Chinaku kwatu. Sana kutata. Omo kamakata tikata. Tinika.
Ayishakate mokoto. Shati ma shiniti makatia kutoyo kia makashiniti makoti aremi anatachi why oh shakati ikima imotoyo ba kumayan Mokotia makata Ima Kimunutia Remeatia Shi Tiara Mokotea Taya Maya Makia Mokotia Tia Makashin Wesha Tia Mokoya Maya Natasha Kotayora Makatia Remia Tatia Makata Tia Makotia Makatia Ramakatia Tataya Rama Ay
Kia maskila pukiana makianaya.
Kan itaka anatai kamata koa te takoa.
Kumakiana kiskido pukiana ki makiala kupokiana ki makiama ropakaya ropia
Patika.
Ratchaka pokua pakia kala skila pokia la kipa kiana
Tidan kanta tatetika bakika.
Maskila pukiana kina mokiana yakaya.
Tinakata titi.
Ya kupakiana yakaya.
Wachanako sachisi.
Rakia maskila pukiana ki pokalakia la ki pormakia la ke pukiana ki pukiana eskila pukiana ki ayuku pukiana kaya.
Wamakatu hatia kakato.
Oskiana pukiana mikila kiana mokiana ya.
Shanama kanatoteti diana kukalika.
Uyaki makiono kupakia la eskila pukiana yakaya.
Katatiana kupakakatiana. Kwane tatakika danaka.
Akia maskila pukiana yakuya.
Umanatate.
Ya makasamo. Amaki amokota. I amaki anotoyare. Kashni diama. Te amo kotiara mashe notoyara. Te amo kotiare miyaka, te amo kotiare.
Oh, receive. Chikupaka yakiana kiana skula kiana. Ukia makiana iskila pukiana ki receive kuma kiana kiama kupa kiana.
Amo, te amo.
Sani papa kachanaka.
Shamaya netia katiare miyakatayara moshaya netia makati. Katiara makata. Ia netia marosha katatia remenitia ramokotia ramakasha katia mokotia ramakatia nata. Atia mokotia ramashokotia ramakashinitia mokota. Atia ramekinitia mokotia ramakatia reshikatatia mokota rama. Atia makashinuti yoro makatia. Ki amakatia noto yore mikini aroma koshoniti amakata. Ea noto yoro makatia noto. Shitia mokotia ramakashiniti mokotia ramako. Kia ramea nati shenatia mokotia ramakatia nata. Aramokoya ramokote aramasha. Ti yamatia moko. Yamokoteare me kata cho re me akatema.
Chikupuko paki bupaki
Ore mokatia ramakatia noto shore me anatia mokotia ramakatia mokataya. Atiara makatiara shinoto yareme akatio nuto yareme akatayo romokota yara ganetia mokota. Tia maka.
Kia maskila pukia na pakiana makiana.
Takutana.
There's a feeling that wants to come out to play. I love it. Tia more wa kashino to yara makati mukota yara. Tia makati yara mukoshini tia mukoti yare mukoti yara.
Pukia maskila pukia makila kuku 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 paka tik 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 tik.
Tampaka tumakana. Tanta kumasaya.
Atia more shakoti mata yare mi atia mukoti yare mukoshina tema.
Nikana kato taishanto paka.
Ia Maria makatia noto yare mi ashakoti yare mi apati mu. Ia kuti yare.
Kita mupatai satamu satika.
I love you. Ashakoti yare makoti yare makati yare ashema.
Pukia malekilo pukia la skila pukia la sunshine sunshine sunshine. Sunshine reggae. Pukia sunshine reggae.
Yare mokoshe yare.
Let's go sunshine reggae. Pakia la kilo pukia la skila pukia la pakia la kilo pukia la kaya ya ya.
Tiare moshe mutiare mia putiare makasha.
Kia kapakia na kupakia na ya.
Io mokotiare, mashonotiare, apotiare, mia kachini tia mokotiarata. Tia mokotiare sheni tia mokotiare makati mokata. Ia mokotiare moshonotiore mia natia makatiare mokotia makayata. Tiare mia koshonotiare mia katia mokotiare mashonetia makatia nitia makata. Tia mokotiare mokata.
Pukia maskila pukia na kilima kiala kiala pukia ki.
Ya maya na tia mokotia ramasha no toyo ramaya katia no toyo.
Chika paka chika paka chika paka chika tik 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 tik.
Ia remea kanitia makoshinitia makotoyare kamayana tisha imokotiara. Ia makana tia kotia mak. Ia mokosha yenitia makaya. Tayoro mokotiara makashinitia mokata. Marvelous. That's your mokotiara mokata. Ia mahari me koshinotiara makatia makaya.
Ramaskila tukia makiana kia ya ya yokupo kiana ya ya yokia makiana ya ya yokia.
Tia makati arimenitia. Siumia. Ia matia no tayaro mokota.
Ukia maskila pukiana ya kapokiana ya.
Yeah, shi tia maka tia nata. Atiara mokota yara masha tia mokoti yara mata yana tayara. Tia mama much atia makta pachama tia mokoti akatia moka masha tia mashiyama tia sho Tama tia atia moko komonetia makai moko tayara machayama ki amaki amakatia moko toyo yo. Makat Maria Makosha. Atia Maya Oh ya Maya no toyoro makashati mokoya ayoro natia makaya no toyo Yara Makosha.
Hati nakata kota. Tita kakota.
Yamaka Rama.
Kiamaskila pukiana kia gramaskila pukiana ki pukiana ki de kia kupa kiana skila pukiama kiana ya. Akiama kina kupa kiana skila kiama kiana.
Toyara makatia ramanetia mokota yara shata. Amuieti yara makatia mokota. Ati mokati ya ya mai ni tiara mokoti are miata. E amare mokati are ni tia mokati are shmoku yare mani tia padati amarata. Yomoshia katuyoma. When Shimoka tiare mea tayeniti makotoyora tia makatiare shiniti makotiarata. So
Lovely sounds. Kikatana. Nature. Makataitsata. Tanata. You are all lovely.
Tiama ya no sushuyama katiarama.
Manakateana. Taso makate sane tayana. Mitanakata.
Tiama mo.
Mitanaka. Niti nitate.
Oh, kiama skila pu, kiama klima kiala kupa kiana kida kapa kio skula pa kiana ki mraski pu kiana kila pu kiama na kilaya. Pakaya kida pus kida pu ya makiana kida pu kiana makr. Ah, piakaya. Pakiana ya.
Tia mokote arash pataria yarash ni tia makian ay
Atiana buka ne tate kia baba kata to kui kata kakota kapu pataki tate kia ne pika kwaka. Mi papa kato kutu kutu kata kaputa. Ni kato tana kata kuta ni kato kuta kato kuta. Ika waka kato kuta kapata. Ika hika kata kata
Kaya.
katanaku ka. Baba chica bata ki me.
Areamaya natia mokatia roshono to yaramakatia mokotia ramotiari. Oh, Amoya tia mokota yoromo tata. Te amo, Oi, 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 oi. Ay, makotiara, 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 makotia, makotiara, makatia, natiara, makota. Te are makotia, ay, 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 ay.
Tamu bacetta da ku, te shitai ne, yimi kichato ku, tane katishe te ki, ka, te, sha.
Te amo katiara manchinitia mokotiara makatia netia. Ora mokotiara miana tia shakatatia mokotiara shati mokota. Yorika.
Tana kuata, tiana.
Tomaya.
Muma sainaka, mufatanika, kukuatanika, tatika.
Kramaskila pukiana kiana makiana. Pikiana skila pukiana.
Hatana maka mataya.
Akia makramaskila prukski pokia makiala pukiana kia mokiraya.
Hanaka natuna.
Uskia makrumaskila pakiana.
Utanaka, nyaraka, utana.
Opakiana maskila
Ay,
pukiana.
ay, ay, ay.
Skumakiana pila kiana kramaskila pukiana.
Te ama te. Ay,
Kila bayala ya pakiana ya ka.
It feels good. Anu tanika mata. It feels very, very good. Hataneka tumaka. When you let go everything, kakotana, you don't have to control. Kanaka. Let it flow. Hanekana. Be everything. Katinaka. Surrender. Kumata. Everything is love. Tenshana. Oh, Matini. Hanikana Hanamukane Tane. Hinigamuka. Anika Teana. Konitana Kota. Haneta. Anamutaine. Kanuta Denaka. Welcome back.
Kramaskila pukiana ya ka.
What a journey.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Getting back to integrity. This card came out a few weeks ago, or last week, and just came out from the deck. Pika Aneta Fushina Kana. We are coming back to integrity, and it's called the Lost Compass. Kuanak. We've been lost. We are finding our way back to this, where we don't need to do anything else but love. Tikanata, tumoka, sinikanata. Our mind doesn't want to accept that it's all about love, because it's simple. So the mind is gonna always look for something, for complexity, for solutions out of complexity. Amugo tetiana, nikana tataisena. But you will be reflecting to each other for as long as you need until you get into the integrity of everything. Kanata, being love. Bika teti nikato te sita nakwata. Keneta. Keira, where did you go? Where did you go? What
No, we're
happened?
too crazy.
There was some ride.
Mhm.
The rose,
Yeah.
the geometry of the rose. Come at me.
Yeah, come on.
I did see, like, near the end, there was, like, this flash, like, I got really hungry, so I was eating a snack. And then I was like, and it's from this jar, and I was like, oh, one day I'll be having a picnic in the park again.
Oh,
Like in
You
grass.
go.
So that
Ooh.
that's come on, book. All these.
I had
little
a
things.
lot of
Yeah.
like psychic or telepathic moments today, like just so many things where I was like, oh, I saw that 2 seconds before it happened.
Wow.
Or like before Susan said ow, I already heard her saying it before she's like that happened so many times that it was so interesting.
And it's gonna happen more and more and more, because that happens. I'm feeling something, and I'm just about to say, and Melissa starts saying,
Mhm.
it's like,
Mhm.
it's like,
Yes.
what?
I read that so many times on this
These
group, but
events.
then even when I was watching light language videos, like there was this lady on YouTube that I started watching, and her, I was speaking the exact same light languages as her, but it was coming out of my mouth, and she was saying exactly the same thing, and I was just like, whoa, like, and that was the first time I ever seen that lady, and I was like, that's creepy. But there's something that obviously brought me to watch that video, and yeah,
This
it's
is another card when you say that came out.
Fools
Those-
and brave.
transmuting pain. I think we did a lot of that too.
Yeah.
It has happened a lot of that.
Yeah, I saw like a grandmother standing on the top of a mountain, just like.
Yeah.
Hatomasena popakanto taite tikine. Tenika. Why you don't want to see that the light is always winning? Kianak aso taika wa trust momaka. Seishinakia kwane taya. Otia. Konita.
Yeah, Ramakotia.
What about you, Susan?
Oh yeah. I really want to thank you that I have to express the words that I have to say. I think also a secret was kept down and it's released, and yeah, I feel a lot of support from you. I've been through a lot of pain, and I think I have to release it. Yeah, and I feel also here in my throat some pain, and it's changing, and also I get the words that I can receive everything what I want. I have to grab it, all the energies, and they come to me. And yeah, maybe also my mind say you're crazy, you're crazy. No, it's not crazy, but yeah, I think they are grateful that I spoke the words.
Yeah.
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 We feel
Yeah.
happiness from them.
Yeah, I think the little sister, that she was very happy that's came true. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
That's that.
good.
And I think also that I forgive myself. Yeah, that the words that's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was a thing that I never thought about it. I forgive my mother, but myself, yeah. I'm live and she's dying, and that's something, yeah. Like,
Mhm.
and yeah,
You've done a lot of work, and
yeah,
yeah, gentle with yourself, and like we're all quick to put others before us, like, oh, I can forgive that person, I can forgive that person. But I've gone through a lot of processes where I've found the hardest thing for me to do was to forgive myself,
yeah,
because we put so much blame on ourselves, like, oh, how did I get in that situation, like, and that you feel all this guilt and this, like, and you're putting your body through like emotional stress and turmoil, and it's hard to forgive yourself for that as well, like, and just to have that gentleness and kindness and compassion towards yourself. It's
yeah,
very easy to do it with others and be like, okay, I forgive them, I can move on. But I've always found, me personally, is like the hardest thing to do is forgive myself, forgetting myself in certain situations or whatever. Yeah.
yeah.
Or for even just the stupid things you did when you were a teenager. You carry stuff like that about, and you're like, am I still holding on to this? Do I forgive myself for doing all that stuff when I was a teenager? Or, like when we didn't know any better? Or for doing the stuff that we didn't have awareness for, Back then, you kind of feel this guilt or something, being like, oh, I wish I knew that before. And we seem to just don't forgive ourselves, or we leave that to last, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we also create blame for not knowing then what to do. Sometimes we say, why I did that? Why I'm so awful? Why I didn't know that then? And then we blame ourselves, and then it's like a vicious circle. We need to let go all of that. We are not that anymore. Or what we did.
No.
What number, Keira? Actually, before we go ahead, Melissa, what did you feel?
So, like Susan just said there, when she says that her mind's like, when I've been writing down all these little messages as I was was going. When I feel like when Susan brought the drum out, she was like bringing the ancestors in, and it was clearing the womb line because I felt so much pain in like, well, not like I felt it in my womb line. I felt like the womb line was being healed, not just within Susan. I feel like it was being healed within Mother Earth. There was a lot of Mother Earth energy, and like, just another note for Susan while it's in my head was like, you've got such a marvelous voice that you have to be seen. Like you're like when I was channeling, it was like and you were channeling at the same time, it was like, that's such a marvelous voice that you cannot not be seen. And I feel like you connect with the animal kingdom quite a lot. There was a lot of feline energy. There was like warrior kind of spirits coming through. I just wrote down all these random things. And the things with the tomatoes at the beginning, I got shown the tomatoes, and what did we say about the tomatoes? How they were like perfectly imperfect, like the different shapes and sizes. They still taste as sweet, they still taste good, and like we should be accepting of all aspects of ourselves.
Yes.
And then it kind of went on to I felt like we went up the chakra system, or there was like some kind of like snake going up our chakra system, kind of like clearing all the density. And then I got shown a phoenix, but it was actually connected to Mother Earth. So when we connect with the phoenix, it's like a rebirth process, like rising from the ashes. And I was connecting to the national park, so it was like she's going through a rebirth process, and like the healing process of Mother Earth, and that the rain will come. And then I kind of connected to the trees, and I got the message, just like our human bodies, like our vessels, our spirit still lives on. So the spirit of the trees still live on. And yeah, there was a lot of elemental kind of ancestor help with the healing process of like Mother Earth. Like there was a lot of like healing going into Mother Earth, and I felt like she was kind of grateful for it. Oh, my son's up, but yeah, that's about it.
I felt also the phoenix being the fire in that area of Jasper, and cleansing everything as it goes, burning everything, because the energy needs to be renewed. And there is a rebirth, and there is gonna be more goodness. And goodness that there was before is going to be more integrated. But it's rebirth, it's not death. They say often destruction is rebirth. What collapse is to rebuild. New. So yeah, everything that Melissa said also was like, wow. I was there.
There was another one that I wrote down that was everything that burns will rise again. Yeah.
I mean, it is inevitable, right? In a forest, I mean, it's not a rainforest. It's these types of forests do need to burn, and pine trees' cones are activated by the heat of a fire. That's the only way they can sprout. Which is, So it's moving, like I would say, don't bypass the grief, for example, of the people who lost their homes, but like, yeah, trusting the rebirth. Trusting.
And you said before that it was caused by a thunder. So
Lightning.
it wasn't caused by people burning things or things like that. It has been happening it happened by nature. So nature created that. So what
It's funny.
is more intelligent than Mother Nature?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Jaspers, they have like a slogan, and it's wonderful by nature.
Wonderful by nature. Okay, one number, Keira.
8.
Which one?
8.
8. From the top or from the bottom? From the bottom to the top or from the top to the bottom?
Top down.
Up, down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's Keira. Susan, number.
Just shuffle.
Shuffle? Do you want me to shuffle?
Yeah.
Because I haven't done it enough?
No. No, just pick one. It's good.
Forever.
Pick
I don't like they come not the number. Just pick one. It's
one?
good.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna feel it then. Okay, this is the one for Susan. And now Meli.
6.
6. From the top to the bottom? From the bottom to the top. Bottom.
Bottom.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's made it. And then I'm going to shuffle. Ooh, I know already. This one.
Is that a rose on your sweater, Susan?
That's what I was thinking
Yeah.
before.
Oh, beautiful. That's what I was.
Is only my eyes seeing a rose? Or
No,
is
it's-
actually
yeah.
a rose in her?
Beautiful.
Incredible. Haneta ineteki kakotai tetai. Imika natai netakawa.
Yomaskila pukia.
Okay, this is the one from Keira. Who, me?
Hmm.
From the last one personally. You mean from the one where your grandma is in the top? Okay.
Your grandma.
Oh, my grandma. Yeah, I feel like going in the way we do things, because I feel like we, just after sharing all this love with languages, it's very difficult to see it's me alone or it's me only. I feel that doing what we do, we will always success. And I feel also that the connection to the land is getting greater and greater. We are more aware of being part with the land, and the crops, to me, they feel like the galactic connection that is also greater and greater every time, more and more. In every session I do of quantum hypnosis, it's like so many aliens come through, so many galactic beings that they tell us that we are part of them. No, like, you have this origin there, you have this origin there, and that's it. No, there's so many that we are part of them. Me, Kiana, and they keep saying, as you are one, you are part of us. As you are one, and that in our planet is a no doubt thing. Humans cannot be apart from us, because we feel that we are one with you, and they always tell us that message. It's only we in our process of ascension we are starting to recognize that, and it's still difficult to accept that in our hearts. But things like today, they happen because we become one. That's why we can tell what Melissa is gonna say next, because we are merging with her love, because we are appreciating her love naturally. We're not even saying I'm going to pay attention to what Melissa is saying, and then I'm gonna merge with her love, and then I'm gonna guess what she's gonna say. Nothing like that. It's a mind process. It just happened. And so yeah, it's the
That's just reminded me of something when we were channeling, because there were so many different, there was like the ancestors, the animal kingdom, there was like elementals, like loads of different beings. And then I think I said out loud, oh, this is so marvelous, because we're all in like harmony with one another. Like every single one of them was just in harmony.
I felt it that way also. It's like
Yeah.
when you say how marvelous, I say wow. I think I laughed there, and I say because I was also enchanted by all the beauty that we were creating, and how as we go on, we feel more comfortable doing this. We open up. We might not see it, but we are, because we are reaching higher and higher levels of love and beauty, and there is nothing to fear about it. It feels great. Mika te tia tiana. It's like an invitation to continue. Continue, guys. Continue.
Kramaskila pukiana ya.
Anesa nakana.
Kumaskila pukiana skila bokiana ya.
Anikana tana. Kumatana tana kuana. And the flower in the chest of Susan, a massive rose in her chest. It's like
Yeah.
it couldn't be bigger.
Kramaskila pukiana ya.
Yeah. It's incredible inside to see the rose from Keira, and I didn't say in the beginning, but to me I was inside the sacred rose of Maria Magdalene, the sacred rose of Maria Magdalene. It was coming, like I didn't say, but then I was like looking at her sweater, and I was like, that a big rose? It can be, until you say it, and that was the confirmation. I was also wondering the same. I said, wow, see, magic. Life is magic if we want to see it, really, with our eyes of love.
I think there's something about the circles on the earth, and now I'm looking at your shirt too, like the ancestral, the ancient and the galactic wisdom of working with that shape.
Yeah.
Because so much of our agriculture is square, and I think, yeah, there's something about the energy of corners. So reconnecting with the sacredness of the circle.
And I'm so in love with the crops. All since I was little, and I saw the first crop, I was like,
Crop circle? Yeah.
I knew they existed. And I needed to see them. Somehow I was, so addicted to them. And then I came to England and I stand it on the ground where they are. We are always being guided where to be. Because I was questioning, in my mind, like at that time when I was so little, who will tell me that I will end on the top of a crop circle? One day. Because we are being guided constantly. We just lose that trust. We sometimes lose that trust that we are being guided. And everything happened, like you say before, for a reason. And it's always to build up something in awareness, in consciousness. So we need to trust the process. And reflect in each other. And merge each other. roses of Mary Magdalene. They say we are roses of Maria Magdalene. Hane te amur mata te sateaka. I always loved Jesus, but I had always something, and I was, since I was little, like, why they call her the prostitute? Why I feel so much love towards her? Why it's so unfair that they call her the prostitute? Yeah, with that, I mean, I don't have anything against prostitutes, but the way they use it, it was like despective, like negative. And
Yeah.
that's what I didn't like. When I thought, if she's the one washing the feet of Jesus and showing to the whole planet how humble she was with that act, wasn't she demonstrating that she was the greatest of all the disciples and of all of them? That's what Jesus saw. It's like, what? Why are you washing my feet? And I have repeated the same scene so many times in the hospital when I've been washing my patients. I was washing their feet and I was feeling the channeling of the energy of Maria Magdalene when she was doing that to Jesus. And I knew that that wasn't brainwashed from religion or anything, because my heart was pumping so powerful when I was doing that, and showing to the patients that I wasn't any less or any more than them by doing that. And since those acts, they were loving me so much, I was becoming part of them. And then they died. So many they died. Was part of the plan. Yeah,
I feel like, you know, like the story of Jesus and stuff, and then there was like the religious leaders, or like the, I can't remember what they're called, but like there was the religious leaders that were like, oh, you've got to go by this rules in the Torah, and taking it very like seriously and taking everything to extremes with everything that was written down.
so
And Jesus came to like relieve everybody of their sins and do it like the right way, and cause a division, I suppose, between the religions. But I feel, just with my connection and my awareness of like other people, like a lot of more people are coming back to God. Now I'm coming back to God, but I wouldn't say that I'm going to go to a church and every Sunday and do it that way. But I have seen a lot more younger people in Shetland like coming closer and getting baptized and things like that, and which I think is brilliant. But I feel like we're all going through this healing process, and Jesus has been connecting us, like Christ consciousness has been connecting with us, Mary Magdalene's been connecting with us, and Mother Mary, and they've all been assisting us through this healing process so that we can be the division again from all this like built up like mass produced religions that are like creating their own rules, and society where they're creating their own rules and trying to control our lives basically when we should be free. But yeah, I feel like the connection of the two, it's like we're rewriting. It's like we've been in this huge cycle and then we're coming back around, and this is the other cycle's coming, like the rebirth of like Christ consciousness. Because I don't think, even at the beginning of this journey, I never went to church when I was a girl. I never, like, none of that. And even with my spiritual journey, I would just call it universe. I would never, but I've gone like complete 360 with that, where now I feel like more connected to God, and I want to be more connected to God. I pray more, like I take his wisdom, or like my wisdom. I like trust the intuitions. I just trust my own compass, where I'm being led. And I think that's where we're all being kind of called. We're all being called to like question, like back in those days where people were questioning the higher ups in the religious, what is the name of them? But the priest, or the they were questioning everything that they were doing, and some of them were like split in half, you know, like ones were following Jesus and the other ones were still following the rules. And I feel like this is just, the same kind of position that we're in our life right now.
I can't recall the name, but I know who you mean.
Yeah, I know. It's on the tip of my tongue.
But... the tip of my tongue also. But we know who you mean. Yeah, it feels we are repeating the same cycle. Yeah, we are getting there.
And Jesus came to connect us all back to Source, to Creator, to his Father, to God.
Mary Magdalene with compensating, no, the masculine and the feminine energy, because she came with that feminine energy, compensating the heart of the human.
Yeah.
We needed that compensation and balance.
And I've only just figured out, because like I say, I'm not religious, but there's a certain type of Christianity. There's 2 types of Christianity, there's 3 types of Christianity, but some of them worship Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene, and the other Christian religion has nothing to do with Mother Mary or Mary Magdalene. They won't like acknowledge the feminine side.
The Orthodox.
Is it? Yeah.
Not sure 100%, but
there's Catholics and.
But the Catholics, they recognize Maria Magdalene now. They didn't for a while, but when they, I don't know what year that was, 2006, 7, I don't remember now. And they made also the movie of Maria Magdalene. Have you watched the movie? Wow.
I think I have, yeah.
Well, Keira, you have to watch that. It's really cool. Really nice. When they made the movie, at the end of the movie, they say that the church, the Vatican, recognized Maria Magdalene as one of the disciples of Jesus.
Yeah.
I always knew that. I was like, why now? Why so late? Why you didn't say this? Why you didn't recognize this before?
It's very interesting because my aunt has gone to church her whole life, and she just transitioned from Lutheran, which I think would be considered a type of Protestant Christian, to Catholic, and she had to even take a course to qualify to become Catholic. And I saw her last.
You need to be certified.
I mean, it's beautiful that she wants some connection, right?
Yeah.
She had never heard of Mary Magdalene, and she's in her 50s, and she's gone to her whole life. Like I just told her a week ago.
Wow.
So there's who knows how many versions of Christianity
That's
every
what I was going to say, that there are so many
Yeah.
that we don't know. So there's so many branches. of Christianity is incredible. And when I think that I know all of them, I discover more. It's like, what?
Yeah.
And that,
Like there's
to me,
in
says
Vienna.
that is human made. All of this is human made.
Yeah.
To me, it's human made.
I think Vienna was like very close to like all the connections, because Vienna, like they had statues of like Mother Mary and or Fatima, and then even that church I went in, it said like Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and then even when I went into the museums, there were the connection between Glastonbury and like all the religious paintings and stuff like that, and I was just like, whoa, this place, like we don't even know if they know that they're connected, but they are connected. And there was some reason why I was being pulled there, so that was probably it. And then in Rome, they very worship like Mother Mary a lot, I think.
Yeah. And
Not sure
many
about anywhere
places
else.
In
Yeah.
Spain, many places are more devoted to Maria Magdalene than to even Jesus.
Yeah.
Or to Mother Mary. In some other villages, they worship more Mother Mary.
Keira and Susan, have you watched that series called like The Chosen? Yeah.
I think I
It was
watched it. You spoke about it.
Yeah, there's Mary Magdalene's energy. Well, I think I've seen an advert of the actress that plays Mary Magdalene, and then she was like, "Oh, I play Mary Magdalene in The Chosen." And that was the first time I heard of it, and it was just on an advert, and I was just like, "Oh, well, I'm watching that." And then, but yeah, that even that a few years ago, I wouldn't have said that I would have watched that. And then I watched something about Judas as well. No, it wasn't Judas. It was... I can't remember now. The one that went to the top of the mountain and spoke to God.
Moses.
Moses, yes. Moses. Yeah, I watched that. That was interesting too. There's always hidden messages in there, though. Like...
I'm going to sleep.
You don't want to talk about the Bible?
No.
What kind of Christian you are? This is a Christian event. Don't you see that?
I really love Jesus. I love Jesus and Mary
Okay.
Magdalena. I will better, but I'm
We're
very
gonna try
tired.
and forgive you.
Oh yes!
You
Woo!
don't need to.
God bless you. Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
Susan is I think 10 minutes to 2, no?
Yeah.
10 minutes to 2.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 1 hour more for her than in UK.
Okay. Gramapak skilapukyanaya. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep
Bye.
well. Bye.
Bye.
See you next time.
See you next time, love.
Bless.
Wow. Wow. Susan received a massive.
I know, when she said she was going to sleep, then I was just like, straight in my head was like integration. No.
The same I felt, love. I felt the same. She needs to go to grasp everything and to integrate everything. That's why I say sweet dreams.
Yeah.
She got it. Amaka City.
Bless
And how connected was the everything, the fire in Jasper, and everything we did is like everything merged together now.
And all the
So-
cards, the messages.
And the cards and the messages, the painting that you made. Do you want more proofs?
I know.
Do you
I'll
have
just
enough
have to come
proofs
back
to
next
believe?
week.
You know, Keira was even saying that she was having like this telepathy thing that was like things happening before, like, or hearing things before they were even being said. But you said about the grandma on the mountain, and then the car came out, and I was like, no way.
That was so crazy. That was crazy, really. The reason why they tell me that we also have that capacity is because of many reasons, but they say that we have that capacity because we feel first. We feel things first, and then feeling comes first when we are so opened, and then the feeling create images or visions in our third eye. So feelings come first. So it's like we are sensing before we pronounce something or we express something through the mouth. So the feeling comes first. That's
and it feels like part of what, I don't know about I don't know for me, like it feels like part of the practice, even if we don't talk about it all the time, like it's just part of what we're doing. Feels like
we are constantly doing that. We just don't call it the workshop of practicing telepathy, but there is a lot of telepathy here.
Yeah.
An opening. We go through the pit, Formula 1 pit, and we also adjust all our chakras every week that we meet. That happens. I know that happens. We always treat our chakras and they align them. Sometimes we don't even mention it in the intentions, but they do it anyway.
It's something to do with the flow. So like everything that we're channeling and integrating, it needs to, the chakra system needs to be aligned. Yeah.
So what they do is to establish the alignment first, so everything else happens. Yes, very much.
Have you seen that? How do you say? Like they'll show like an animation of Venus's path from our view in the sky. It looks like a 5-pointed star with loops.
Like the one that you made in the beginning.
Yeah, like this is like one loop of the path. Yeah, so now I'm just seeing like, and we're all stars and we're all constellations spiraling through the sacred geometry, which also would be known as a rose, like a Venus. Venus rose is like that. Yeah.
And that's what I felt when I mentioned before also we are traveling in every planet we travel, and if we see the path that we are traveling, we see lines like that, like you say, it's the same. They do it, the stars they do it, and the planets and everything. Even if we see we think that the Earth is doing this all the time, the same and in the same distance, and it's not. When they project the visions of how we are doing like an espiral with the sun, and we are traveling like rotating in espiral, and we are traveling through the cosmos like this. It's like, what? Isn't that amazing? So why we get so worried? We are having an amazing journey through the stars. But yeah, I'm so looking forward to meet more extraterrestrial beings in physical. I mean, I want to see them in physical. Want to have experiences. I'm telling to my guides every day now, I want to have physical experiences. Or maybe
I feel
ask
like
them to take me away.
I feel like every time I have visions, then I it's like they pop up and it's just for a split second, but I know that I've seen it and they know that I've seen it. And it's like, I feel like every time, because it's happened throughout the years, but like just frequently I can mind seeing like Mary Magdalene's face, and that was just, I wasn't meditating, I was just like, I just literally blinked and I seen her face and then it was gone, and I was just like, and that put me on the path of like Mary Magdalene. And then I've seen an image of like two people, like, but they weren't from here, but they looked human. But they were like far away from the distance, but one looked like a man and one looked like a woman, and they were like pink and blue around them. And I can mind just seeing a flash of that. And then the other night, that being with the round face and the big eyes, he like actually just looked like what we would class as an alien. Like back in the day, like a certain, like it actually looked like an alien being's face. And it was just kind of like, it was like he just came in and winked at me and went away again. And I was just like, okay. It was like, I think they're just wanting to see what my reaction is going to be. If I turn, like, because am I going to be scared or are we not going to be scared?
Yeah, they say that in my sessions, that they come gradually because they don't want to scare us. So they show up and they just continue doing so as we progress in the way we accept them.
Yeah.
We are the one opening up to them, to accept them, to don't discriminate.
Because that could still put fear into you as well. So like it was like, I feel like they come and they're just like, oh, we're just going to test you with this and see how you get on. Like to see if you pass the test.
A lot of people come to the sessions also with a lot of fear because they have visions, and then in the sessions they tell them that they weren't bad beings. They were just scared because they didn't expect that being to come to show up like that. But they weren't bad. They are not bad. If you have a nice heart, you won't be meeting bad beings. I know that.
No.
Unless you get something from someone else who is really dark, and you have some sort of contact. Something happens, and we clear it up.
But it was instantly, you know, when I seen that face, and it's almost like it was almost just like a split second, like just enough to make me go, did I see that? Because I was in the dark and I was in my bed, but I wasn't sleeping. And then it was like, I was like, did I just see that? And then immediately I was taken back to that thought when me and you were speaking, and that must have been like a year, like maybe even over a year ago. That instantly came into my head. Yeah.
Sometimes when that happens, because that happens often to me, that sometimes it pisses me off because they know I want more. They know I want more. I want continuation. I say I'm ready, and that's why I say also here with you, I'm ready, because I know that you are also connected. So maybe all together we manifest all of this, that we are ready. We are ready for contact.
Yeah. There has been so much activity in this house as well, like, because I always see energy, especially when I come off of like these groups. Like I see like the buzzy energy just everywhere, everything's vibrating. But I've been seeing it the past few days, just like in my house, like everything's got an energy, but then there's been so much, like I feel like that's like the angels or the fairies or something, but like I always see little like white just flashes, and they just like, they're all around me. Like it can be from like the corner of my eye, and it can just be like chink, and then it can be at the other end of the room, but it's always there. I think they're always trying to show ourselves as well, because mind, I've had times where I've just looked at a curtain or something, and I'm like, I can see a dragon's face in that curtain, and it's like they're trying to show themselves but not show themselves.
Yeah, and I want to ask that question. I'm gonna ask that question in my next session. I'm gonna ask why you don't stay. Why? I mean, I understand you are trying to gradually show yourself, but for those who have seen you already 1,000 times, why you keep doing that so quickly? Why you don't stay longer? Why you don't stay to talk to us? Why you don't? Yeah. Well, what's
I feel
stopping that from happening?
I feel like it's like that's just kind of come to me. It's like the frequency. It's the frequency of the earth. So they can't, like, it's like the denseness, it's still quite dense, so their energies can't, like, they can come, just like the angels, they can kind of come in and they can be here for like a little second, but they can't be here for like,
that makes sense,
for all like a huge length of time. It's too dense.
I did just read about like making a portal, which I don't feel prepared to do, but you could make a crystal circle with the intention that it's for angels or whatever to come and go, which can help them come through better, maybe. But I don't know enough about it to do it.
In that, personally, I feel that I am already being the portal.
Right.
But yes. So the way I experience them is channeling them. But I want to see them here outside.
Yeah.
But it's not enough.
Like
you can't use your imagination. Because they're not human, right? They're not so dense. Not. So maybe so it's more accepting.
They cannot stay for a long time. That's what Melissa is saying. They cannot stay for a long time in this density. And they have to do a big effort to just show up like in a millisecond. Yeah.
That's how it seems too when like loved ones come in dreams. It's like the more, like if you try to hug them, they can like.
Yeah. But when you are in dreams, they can stay there for longer. Right. The lighter you be, or the higher frequency you become when you go to the dreamland, gradually they are gonna stay longer. There I have a lot of relationship with them, but when I come back, I want here in the physical one to continue having this. Well, why not? Why not having them here in the group? That they already are. They always tell me, we are here. Yeah, but why you don't just get a computer and turn on the camera?
Set one up for them.
I think that's why they send us so much signs and stuff as well. Like there was the other day, there was like, I was just looking out my kitchen window and there was this black cat with the most amberous eyes just staring at me. And it just stared at me for maybe, I don't know, 20 seconds, and we made full-on eye contact, and then it just disappeared, and I was just like, okay. And then, but like, it always visits me, that black cat. It's not my cat, but it never comes in my garden. It looks in the gate, and it's like, just checking if you're all right. And I'm like, okay, I'm good. But I feel like that, going back to the seagulls, like I feel like the beings are going through the animals to like send us signs.
Yes.
And each other.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they are being channeled also. They kind of use them as well.
Yeah.
Like channels. But we want more. We want to go to party with them.
Maybe we should set the intention that we're like, it's maybe just like encouraging our belief in them as well. I feel like
yeah, because we so easy forget about them. It's so easy, like
Yeah.
We start doing our routine, our daily routine things, our tasks at home, and suddenly we forget about everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have a glimpse of something, and it's like, ooh, wow, and we are back to that sacred.
And it might be something to do with our minds as well. So like maybe they come in as flashes, because I remember when I was a kid, we were moving into this house, and I was maybe only about 6 or 7, and we parked outside the house, outside the kitchen window, but it was on the road. We never went up the driveway, and I seen somebody in that kitchen window, and I just thought it was a lady that was going to show us about the house, because my mum and my stepdad had already been there, and they were taking me and my brother to show us the new house. And immediately when I went in, I was like, where's the woman gone? And mum was just like, there's no woman in here. And then I was just like, there was a woman in the window. She was like, you must have been looking in the neighbor's window. And I was like, no, there was a woman in the window. And still 28 years on, I still see that woman. And I'm like, I was meant to see that woman, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
And then I suppose it just grew up in teenage years. So maybe that's something that's coming back to me, because that was just in broad daylight. There was a woman in the window. And then I can remember Jack when he was younger, maybe when he was about 3, he was in the bed with me, and he woke up, and I feel the energies. I know when the energy is not right in my house, so I didn't feel any kind of scaredness or any kind of fear, or felt uneasy or anything like that. But I can mind he woke up in the middle of the night, and he was sat up, and I woke up, and I was like, Jack, are you okay? And he was like, it's okay, the big white men have gone now, Mum. And then went back to sleep. And I was just like, what? Did you just say that? So maybe the kids can see it more than what we can. Yeah.
Maybe when we are still opening up that inner child, no? Also healing the inner child, and once it's healed, maybe we start seeing again with that pure love.
Yeah.
That they are. Whatever we are doing, I keep receiving these messages that we are doing great. God, this idea. And 3 days ago, I did the session to Naida, and you know that she's pregnant. So it's the first time I do a session to 2 beings at once.
Wow.
To a person while the baby is inside. But we couldn't talk to the soul of the baby, because the higher self said that it's very difficult to connect to her, because she's transforming her energy into a human body. So this blew up my mind. So the concept I had before of the way we come to Earth is like we go into an avatar, our body is an avatar, and our soul goes in. Well, what they told us in this session, it doesn't work like that. Is the whole soul, a proportional part of that soul projects the energy to Naida's uterus when the egg and the spermatozoid, the sperm contact. So in that moment, there is a projection of the soul to that 2 cells getting together. So there is an explosion of energy, and that explosion of energy is that soul arriving in the uterus of Naida. And then that projection of the soul start materializing into a fetus, into an embryo, into a fetus, and transforming until it becomes a human. So what that may change all
So-
the way I see things now. The
So
way I
do
see
you
So we are part of the soul. Even the physical is part of the soul.
yeah.
This is what the higher self say. You are not physical separated of the soul, or the physical carrying a soul. That's not the thing. You are a projection of your soul, like an elongation of your soul that materialize into physical, transform into physical. But it's always connected to the main soul. So,
Okay.
so
So do you kind of mean that it's like a fragment of the soul?
It's not
goes in?
fragmented. This
No,
is the thing
okay.
that the higher self say that it's not fragmented, that it's always connected. There is
Okay.
never a separation between your soul and you about the main soul. But yes, is the body is a portion of the soul that has materialized.
Wow.
That exploded my mind. Now I see life different, very different since last Tuesday. No, Wednesday.
So does that mean that soul can be connected to other
That's
exactly.
uteruses? When we have the feeling of contacting to other lifetimes,
Uh-huh.
is the same soul materialized in another planet doing the same. And we
Ah.
only connect through the same soul to see what is that part of our soul doing somewhere else. And then we integrate the goodness from that being that might be in Arcturus, and we collect the information and we bring it to Earth, and we integrate that way.
Right.
You
That makes so much sense.
That makes a lot of sense. I was like,
perceive it like a energetic umbilical cord, sort of. Like,
is the placenta with the baby makes the same like metaphoric projection of what happened with the soul, and that's something they told me in the past in another session. Imagine that the soul is the placenta, and the placenta creates an umbilical cord, and then it creates a baby. So you are the baby, but the whole soul is the placenta, and the placenta has millions of umbilical cords connected to other entities, beings, but we are all the same. We are all the same. They're just having different experiences, and we are feeding the same soul consciousness, which is huge. We are much bigger than we think. Much bigger, very big.
Wow.
Incredible we are.
So when I found out the other week or so ago, like I think it was maybe 3 weeks ago or something, I remember watching this scientist, and he said that like no matter how many pregnancies a woman has, whether they have their children or they've maybe miscarried or they've lost their children or they have their children, their energy is always connected to their womb. So like for my instance, like the ones that have passed on, their energy is still coming into me through my womb, and the same as Jack, even though he's here. And that just blew my mind, because I was just like, whoa. So like they're like literally like they're a part of me, and what a part of it. Yeah, that's wow. It's And the soul's a part of every iteration
And
that we've
that's
ever been.
why as we go through grief, when Keira and I, we've been sharing a lot about grief. And one of the last experiences I had was my mom coming and placing her hand in my chest. And since that moment, I stopped missing my mom. It's like from that moment I started feeling that my mom wasn't outside of my body. She was me. From the moment she placed the hand, light went all over my body, and it's like if she penetrated every cell, every part of me, and she became me. She merged into my tissue and everything. And since then, since I woke up from that dream, I don't miss my mom. I mean, and I don't feel her like she left, because she's here now. It's not like next to me anymore, like I was saying in so many events. I was saying that my mom is next to me. Now it's not next to me. Now it's me.
Yeah.
It's me, and it's because I am part of her, and we are part of everything at the same time.
Because I can mind seeing that piece of information, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I think maybe 2 days later, I did this guided meditation with that Rachel REIKI. Like, it was an activation, and we had to go through the portal of ourselves. And we were going through different portals, and every portal that we were going through, we were being assisted by beings. But when I got to my womb space, then I just seen all this energy coming in. And then I linked the two together with the videos, and then I just burst out crying, because I was just like, wow, like, they're actually here. They're here. But I get what you mean about the grief thing, because I struggled with that for a while, and
it was very tough.
And then we all get our signs, because I was like really upset, and I was still upset even when I had Jack. And then when I decided to go on this healing journey, we were doing different subjects, and the week that this one was coming up, there was loads of coming up on social media about a couple losing a baby, and I think there was stuff on, there was just things coming up, and my body was instantly being like, it's okay, you don't need to go on this week, Melissa, you don't need to go on this group call this week, like, just catch the replay, it's fine. And my whole body was like resisting me to go on this call. And then I pushed through it, and I went on it, and they were like, and this subject's about grief, and I burst out laughing. And then they were like, did you know that? And I was like, yeah, I knew that already, because my whole body was like telling me not to go on. And then I can remember we had to do homework at the end of it, which I didn't do. Or like, I just never got around to doing it. And then it was just like a normal day. I had like Jack and my nephew here, and it was like a fun, happy day. And then one of my friends messaged me about their granddad having dementia, which brought back memories of my granddad having dementia, and he passed on. And I got a little bit upset about that, but then I was grateful that I could kind of console them. So the grief was following me everywhere. And then that same night, around about midnight, it was a cloudy sky, and I looked out the window. This still gives me the shivers. I looked out my kitchen window, and there was just this one big, like, bright star just above, like, a rooftop. And I always said that Cleo was the brightest star in the sky. And what I learned with the grief was that we are still attached energetically. Like, you know how we have like energetic cords to everybody that we meet? We're still attached to the people that have passed on, and that we should cut those cords, and that doesn't mean that we're letting them go, and it doesn't mean that they're not going to come back to us. It was just, you have to do that for yourself when you're ready. And as soon as I seen the star, I just got the shivers up my body. I started crying, and I went outside and I was crying some more, and I just said, "It's okay, Cleo, I release you." And I watched that huge star just go smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and just disappear. And then when it came to her birthday, I always used to go up to where I spread her ashes for her birthday. And that year, I went up there, I didn't shed a tear, and I sat there and I put flowers there, and then I just looked around and I was like, she's not here. And I still go up there sometimes just for comfort, but I don't like seeing that. That was just like, I suppose that was maybe the universe's way of being like, if you're not going to do your homework, we're just going to shove it in your face, basically. But that was a moment for me, and like me only, and I seen like what I seen, and yeah, it brought me comfort, just like with you feeling a hand on your chest, and just it does it. There's something that shifts in you after that kind of thing.
And it's very important to do that, because the tendency that we have towards our beloved ones who passed is to remember them as they were. But what I have found out since my mom placed her hand in my chest is that I didn't only cut the cord with the way that she was before, but I am allowing new aspects of my mother
to come in.
Mm-hmm. And I'm feeling my mom in so many different ways that I didn't know I would ever feel, but I know that she is. It's different to the human mom, yeah, a lot, so different, but I know that it's still her. It's just her in different versions of her, and much super great and incredible energy and knowledge and wisdom. It's incredible. It's an incredible being. But I'm so happy to experience my mom in different ways, because our fear is that we are going to forget that version that we had on earth. That's our biggest fear. If I let go of these memories, she will disappear and she will never be with me again. And it's what Melissa says, the contrary. You start experiencing their energy in different ways, that we feel that version is gone. Yeah, I feel that version of my mom is gone, but because I feel that the new versions are still my mom, I don't feel like any pain or pity or sadness. That doesn't mean that I don't have my moments during the day that I miss to be with her, having a drink in one of these restaurants in Spain, in the terraza, outside, getting the sun and things like that. Of course I miss that, because we were always out every time that we were together. We were visiting places, traveling in bars, and we were this kind of young life. I miss that a lot, but I have also accepted that these new versions are helping me a lot, and they have healed me a lot, and they have freed me a lot. Now I can do so many more things, and before I was holding back to that memory. I didn't want it to let it go. I even thought that I shouldn't wear her ring anymore, because it was like almost impossible to let her go. And then she gave me that ring, she placed the hand, and she was in me. And since she was in me, things started changing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, just like you're connected to her womb.
I'm super connected to, is that
Just
I
like
can,
Jack's connected to me. It's
of
like
course.
you are actually like
And
her
you
energy.
will always be, you will always be
Mm-hmm.
beyond matter, beyond matter.
Yeah.
We will be. That's difficult to accept for the mind, but it is.
Mm-hmm.
It is because I'm experiencing that, and I know I'm not making up my mom in these new versions. I'm so happy to meet her doing other things, and I'm happy to see her happy, to sense her happy also, like
Yeah.
happier than she was on earth, and doing healing on others also. So all that makes me very happy. So all
Mm-hmm.
those feelings helps you also to let go the old version. So we need to allow through grief to embrace the new, possible new versions of someone who we lost on earth, but that doesn't mean that we lost that being forever. Never. We never lost that being. Etiana. They were unique experiences, yeah. I will never forget those experiences on earth, yeah. But now I'm enjoying also when my mom is in my healing session, so it's so cool to have my mom helping. It was helping Naida, was helping the lady that I did the session to yesterday. Tomorrow I have another gentleman from here, from Southampton, so she will be there. I know she will be there. Instead of she will be there, she will be there. Because she's in me. She's in me. And your daughter is in you.
Yeah.
And I don't think that she will ever leave. They cannot
I
be
kind
separate.
of feel like they've like that everything just all made sense like in that meditation, but I can barely remember it. But everything just at that very moment, everything just made sense. Like how I had to lose them so that they could activate me. I felt like I felt it so strongly. Like they were. I had to go through this process to be activated, and they were also activating me at the same time. And then I don't know, it was wild. I was just like, but it was one of those moments where I was like, wow, everything just makes so much sense right now. And it made me just like, I came to acceptance of it a long time ago, like, but that just really did just put the cherry on the cake. Like it was just like boom, everything makes sense now. And I was like, okay, this is why I've had to go through all that. And it was just that closure, the last bit.
But open your heart to new experiences. Because this is the message I'm feeling of why I'm sharing with you this with my mother, is that we do a closure with something, but that doesn't mean that ends there. New versions of your daughter can be felt and experienced.
Yeah.
If you want to, of course, it's up to everybody.
Yeah. Did I tell you when I went to Glastonbury, because I was being guided to Glastonbury, I never seen, like, I had that moment with the star, and then I think it took me, I don't know how long after that was when I felt called to go to Glastonbury, but then it took me about maybe a year and a half, 2 years to actually go to Glastonbury. And I can mind going to everything. I didn't even know why I was going there, and everything seemed to just kind of flow. I ended up in this like full moon, or it was a new moon. I can't remember what moon it was. I think it was a full moon actually. A ceremony, and I just so happened I went somewhere and they were like, "Oh, we're not open, but this is open here, do you?" And then I was like, "Oh, that sounds up my street." And they had the feathers they would brush off your like aura with like the feathers and stuff, and there were so many people there, and there was men, all different like cultures, and I was just like, wow, when we were writing down everything that we wanted to release and putting it in this like fire pit, or like this cauldron of fire, and then we were just screaming at the top of our voices, and I was like, I have never ever been to anything like this in my whole entire life, and I just loved it. And when I got out of there, I seen the same star. I looked up in the sky, and that star was there, and I was just like, she's here with me. She's here.
I feel that she was also confirming or telling you, I'm happy to see you this way, Mom.
Yeah.
So
But there is something about that place. Like, I have been the whole time, even when I went there, like everywhere that I went, Bristol, Bath, it felt too familiar. Like I'd been there before. For sure. Yeah.
Otherwise you wouldn't feel that powerful attraction. That moment.
Yeah.
Wow. Hatuana. Keira, anything you would like to add?
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I love this type of stuff, but I'm ready to go have dinner.
Yeah.
My niece and nephew are here, so I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Gee,
But I just love all. I mean, I could talk about it, but I'm ready. Thank you, guys.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Mhm.
Thank you for sharing all this love. That's it.
Mhm.
That's the most important thing.
Mhm.
Kiana. See you
Good
soon.
night,
Good
guys.
night.
Good night.